Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and Noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. Now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Well, you might as well sit down and take it easy, Ken. Unless the Bureau's called in on it, our hands are tied. Not a thing we can do.
Yeah, I know, Chief. $2 million worth of radium. And somewhere between here and Manila, the stuff's going to be hijacked. I'm sure enough to bet on it.
What time's the plane scheduled to leave, Ken?
Around 5:30 this afternoon. It's a charter line, so they don't have any set schedule.
And you say there'll be other passengers besides this Don Louis Roof?
Sure, 3 or 4 already. The flight's wide open for anybody who wants to buy a ticket. They're not even using a private plane.
Oh, you'd think anybody with enough ability to run the radium supply agency would have the intelligence to realize what a chance he's taking.
Dr. Mosley, it's not his intelligence, Chief, it's his attitude. He feels we're unduly alarmed.
Oh.
Of course, his responsibility is finished as soon as he turns the stuff over to Don Louis here in New York.
And Don Louis doesn't want any protection either, eh?
Considers it an insult to suggest it.
I suppose you told Mosley about
Chief, I used every argument I could think of. I told him that in spite of his secrecy, the whole underworld knows about the shipment. That Mr. Coco, probably the smartest international crook in the world, is supposed to be here in New York right now, and for one reason, to swipe that radium.
Mr. Coco.
I told him... Oh, well, what's the use?
I know how you feel, Ken, but unless they call us in, it's simply not our job.
If this thing were a private deal, I'd say, all right, let them pay for their cockiness, but it isn't. This shipment's being donated to the clinic by public subscription, money kicked in by hundreds of citizens here as well as in the islands. They wanted to go where it'll do some good. And I hate to see people like that let down.
Well, I can't see how we can... Pardon me. Hello? Oh, put him on. Yes, that's right. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Why, of course, we'd be glad to. Right, Ken Thurston. We'll take over immediately. Goodbye.
What's up, Chief?
That was Don Louis Roof, the man from the Commonwealth Clinic.
Uh-huh.
Somebody tried to tap his phone line at the hotel. Now he's plenty worried.
Wait, you mean?
That's right, Ken. He's yelling for help.
Good. That's all we need, Chief. We're in it.
Mr. Pagan Zellschmidt, Esquire. Who's talking, please?
Is this the Zellschmidt who's a friend of Ken Thurston, the Man Called X?
Huh? I mean, most likely you have the wrong number. I never even heard of anybody like that.
If you're the right guy, I'm ready to send you $100 by messenger.
So, I'm very sorry,
Zellschmidt, I want you to take a message to Mr. X. Tell him if he wants to go on living, he'd better keep his nose out of this radium deal. Otherwise, my agents would be forced to eliminate him. Got it?
Right. I shall go find him immediately. As soon as the money gets here, of course.
You'll go now. Get the money later. Apparently, you don't realize who you're talking to.
As a matter of fact, I don't think I've had the pleasure, Mr.
I'm sometimes known as Mr. Coco.
But this fellow is a very dangerous character, Mr. Thurston. If you get to this plane, maybe he's going to bump you off. Then what?
In that case, Pagan, you'll have to carry on by yourself.
Well, I would be only too glad... Huh? I'm not going. As a matter of fact, I just this minute remembered an appointment or something.
It's probably that $100. You'll be in seat 5, Pagon. I've already bought your ticket.
But...
Pagon, you wouldn't let a close friend go into danger by himself now, would you?
No, wouldn't I? Mr. Thurston, I only came to warn you. This Mr. Coco is not only a criminal crook, but he's also a very tough cookie. And he means business.
Then if he gets us, we'll go together. Friends to the last.
Oh, don't say such
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Huh?
Since we seem to be fellow passengers, permit me to introduce myself. I am Baron Irving von Wolf, at your service.
Hi, Baron. My name's Ken Thurston. This is Mr. Zellschmidt.
Gentlemen, I wonder if either of you knows the reason for this delay. We should have departed 3 minutes ago.
I believe they're waiting for another passenger, Senor Ruff from Manila.
Highly inconsiderate of him. We should have been here on time.
You seem to be in a pretty big hurry to get to San Francisco. Are you going on business?
Oh, not at all. I do not engage in business, Mr. Thurston. I find the income from my baronial estate quite adequate.
You're lucky.
Oh, just say. We're being honored. Here comes the princess.
Princess, friend of yours?
Oh, I met her a few minutes ago and found her most charming.
Yeah, you can tell that from here.
Pardon me, Baron Wolf. Do you know why we are being held up?
Oh, there's another passenger, so Mr. Thurston tells me. Princess Katushka, allow me to present Mr. Ken Thurston and Mr. Zellschmidt.
I am honored. You going on this plane, too?
I am, at any rate. Mr. Zellschmidt isn't quite sure yet.
Never any question. Oh, Princess.
Along with Senor Ruff, then, we seem to be the passenger list. Is that right?
Oh, there's one man already on board. I'm told his name is David.
He's been asleep in his seat ever since he got there. He snores most dreadfully. Well, I think I'll go on board.
I will come with you, if I may.
I hope we see a lot more of each other, Mr. Thurston, during the trip.
Oh, yes, I'm sure of it.
Then, for the present, au revoir.
We'll see you on board, gentlemen.
Mr. Thurston, I'm like a new man. Recapitulated, huh? What a luscious little chipmunk.
Chipmunk, eh? It could be. At any rate, she's probably not the Princess Katushka.
You mean she's only pretending to... Hey, what's all this?
Probably our prize package, complete with police escort. Yep, here comes Don Louis now. Pagon, take a good look at that briefcase. It's worth $2 million.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. Sorry to be late. We were delayed by traffic. You know Dr. Mosley, of course.
Yeah, of course. How are you, Doctor? No trouble so far, then?
Not a bit, Mr. Thurston. In fact, I'm inclined to believe the incident at Senor Ruff's hotel was pure coincidence. Had nothing at all to do with the radium shipment.
Well, that's possible. Shall we go aboard, Senor Ruff?
I wish you the best of luck, Don Louis. It's been a pleasure to deal with you, sir.
Sorry you're not going with us, Dr. Mosley. We have some pretty unusual people on board. I doubt there'll be a dull moment on the whole trip.
Mr. Thurston, looks like we're going to land. What is this place, anyway?
Kansas City, Pagon. Probably stopping for gas on a quick check-over.
Did you say Kansas City, Mr. Thurston?
That's right, Princess.
Yes, quite a cattle industry here, I understand.
You interested in cattle, Baron?
Only in a general way, Mr. Thurston. I have a large number on my estate, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which reminds me, maybe I could get a hamburger here someplace if I had some money, of course.
No question about it, Pagon. If you had some money, of course.
Oh, well, doesn't matter. After all, I did have something to eat yesterday. Small crust of dry bread, as I remember. Or was the day before yesterday?
All right, here. Buy yourself a sack full of hamburgers. And while you're at it, send this wire to the chief.
Mr. Thurston, I'm stricken with gratitude. I shall do it immediately.
Wait till we land.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, Mr. Thurston. What is this? We're landing?
That's right, Don Louis. Short stop at Kansas City. You had quite a sleep.
Well, you may consider that an indication of my confidence in you, Mr. Thurston. I felt most secure.
Thanks. It's more than I feel.
Something's happened.
Not a thing. That's what bothers me.
Well, we seem to have arrived. Part of the trip's over, at any rate. I hope you're not too disappointed at the lack of trouble so far, Mr. Thurston.
Not disappointed. Only surprised.
This is Kansas City. We'll be here about an hour, so you'll have plenty of time to get out and walk around.
What's the trouble, pilot? How come an hour?
I'm only the co-pilot, mister. The Home Office radioed to us to wait here for another passenger. Coming in on the commercial liner from New York.
Oh? Yeah, wait. Aren't you Pete Colon?
Yeah. You read the newspapers, too, huh?
Well, you did get quite a lot of publicity.
Why not, when an heiress makes the kind of claim she did? Said I married her for her money, threatened her life, had homicidal tendencies and a criminal mind. Who wouldn't get publicity?
Yeah, I guess you've got something there. Well, Don Dewey, like to get out, take a walk?
Yes, an excellent idea.
Maybe somebody ought to wake up Mr. Davis. Might want a hamburger or something.
It's amazing. Except for the little time at Cleveland, the man has slept through this entire trip.
Oh, perhaps I'd better tell me we've landed. Mr. Davis.
Remarkable accomplishment, being able to sleep that soundly.
Hey, good heavens.
What is it?
Man isn't asleep. He's dead.
Look, Mr. Thurston, here comes your friend now. Apparently he hasn't deserted after all.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon, what the Sam Hill have you got in all those paper bags?
Oh, hamburgers.
Well, you only had $5. Must have taken most of that for the telegram.
Oh, that I sent it to collect. Here one.
No, thanks.
Go ahead. I've got plenty of them. 25, in fact. I thought I might get hungry in the plane, you understand?
I see.
Mr. Thurston, do you think we'll be held here because Mr. Davis is dead?
No, Don Louis, we'll probably take off right away. Our new passenger was supposed to be on that liner that came in a few minutes ago.
What do you think was the matter with him, Mr. Thurston? His heart, maybe?
No, Pagon. I think he was poisoned.
What? But you mean because of this?
That's right, Don Louis. Because of what's in that briefcase. Davis was the crook who used to run the Christmas gang. I recognized him in New York.
But he never even glanced at it all during the trip.
Hadn't got around to making his pay yet. But somebody on board decided to cut down the competition. Poisoned him.
Oh? What's this about someone being poisoned, Mr.
Oh, Baron. I was telling Senor Roof that the late Mr. Davis was undoubtedly poisoned.
But that's so silly. Who could have done it?
Any number of people. Our co-pilot, Pete Colon, filled the water bottle at Davis's seat. I believe he had a drink with you, Baron, when we stopped in Cleveland. And I saw him eat some candy mints that you gave him, Princess Katushka.
But there was no reason. None of us even knew the man.
Of course not, Princess.
Mr. Thurston, here comes somebody. Maybe the new passenger, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Well, this is quite a surprise, Dr. Mosley.
Well, Mr. Thurston, Don Louis.
To Mosley.
I suppose this does seem a bit foolish, but I found your apprehension contagious and decided to come along as far as San Francisco. I caught the next... Oh, well, hello there.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, sorry, you don't know these people, do you? Princess Katushka, Baron von Wolf, Dr. Mosley.
But I...
How do you do, Dr. Mosley?
A pleasure, Princess Katushka. Well, I'd better get aboard. I've delayed you enough already.
Perhaps we should all get aboard.
An excellent suggestion, Don Louis, unless you object to traveling with a poisoner. That's according to Mr. Thurston's theory, of course.
Matter of fact, Princess Katushka, I've got more than one theory.
Really? Such as?
Well, one of them is that you may be the Princess Katushka, and again, you may not.
How interesting.
And as far as Baron von Wolf's concerned, I seem to remember a celebrated jewel theft in London some years ago. The defendant used that name.
A remarkable coincidence. However, we do seem to have a certain advantage over you, Mr. Thurston.
How's that?
Because I am quite sure that all of us are aware of your real identity, Mr. Coco.
And now to continue with Frigidaire,'s Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X has watched the briefcase of radium like a hawk ever since the plane left New York. But so far, no direct attempt has been made to steal it. Right now, the plane is making a brief stop in Denver, Colorado.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Hey, what happened to Senor Rupp?
Nothing's happened to him, Pagon. He's sitting over there on that station bench, exactly 31 feet away. Why?
Oh, nothing. Except I always become very uncomfortable when I get close to $2 million. Here's a telegram from the chief.
How do you know who it's from?
I'm very glad you mentioned that, Mr. X. You see, it's the humidity. The envelope came unstuck.
I see, yeah. Keep an eye on Don Louis for a second. Height about 5'6", age 37, dark complexion, black curly hair, teeth, no visible fillings, weighs somebody
But, Mr.
140
Thurston,
pounds.
there is nobody on board like that.
Yeah, so I've noticed.
Look, somebody's talking to Don Louis.
Yeah, Dr. Mosley.
Now he's picking up the briefcase and setting it down again. What is he trying to do anyhow?
Hard to tell, Pagan.
Attention, all passengers from charter plane to San Francisco, please come aboard.
Come on, Pagan.
Charter plane
Oh, maybe I should have stayed in New York. Only when I saw that princess, what's her name, how could I know she was only a cold fish?
Cold fish? Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. Well, Dr. Mosley, you practicing weightlifting?
Thurston.
Oh, I didn't hear you come up. I was just telling Don Louis here, this briefcase must get pretty heavy. All the lead shielding in it, you know.
Yeah, I suppose it does.
Yeah, well, I was just going to carry it to the plane for Don Louis.
Oh, I wouldn't think of letting you go to all that trouble, Dr. Mosley. Here. I'll be only too happy to carry it. Shall we go, gentlemen?
Where do you think we're now, Mr. Thurston?
I don't know exactly, Pagon. We're out of the Rockies. Somewhere over the desert, I guess.
And the next stop, San Francisco. Ha! Not only this Mr. Coco doesn't show up himself, but he doesn't even have any agents like he said he did. Strictly one big bluff.
Thought you'd all like to know we're running dead into a pretty bad storm. Gonna bear off south and try landing at Rock Rim Emergency Field.
Oh, Mr. Colon.
Yeah, Mr. Thurston, what's on your mind?
I was wondering why we didn't wait this out of Denver instead of heading on into it.
Would have if we'd known about it. This one came up unexpectedly.
Now, Mr. Colon.
Yeah?
I happened to see a copy of that storm warning the field dispatcher handed you in Denver. I'd hardly call this unexpected.
Good heavens! You can't see anything in this dust. We'll get lost. We better stop.
The building's over this way.
Oh,
If I know anything about the desert, there'll be a rain behind this wind.
oh.
It's a very good thing I bought those hamburgers in Kansas City. Ha! 14 left. Maybe I can make a little profit on it.
Here, over this way. Here's the door to the field office.
Ah, detestable climate, I must say.
Nothing like it on your estate, Baron.
There's shelter, at least. That's a relief.
Hurry up, everybody inside. I want to keep this sand out.
Oh, well. Isn't there anyone here? Place seems deserted.
Yeah, it does. Well, hello. A note from the attendant here on the desk.
Yeah.
In event of any plane being forced down here, entire facilities are at the disposal of the personnel. I intend to be gone 3 days, servicing flight beacons on the mountain range at the west.
Yeah, there seem to be bunk rooms of some sort along the hall back here.
Probably living quarters in the rear there usually are. Uh-oh, the phone's dead.
Oh, there's a rather nice lounge.
Well, whatever it is, it looks like it's ours for the night. We're stuck here until morning at least. 8 people and $2 million. This might turn out to be quite a night.
Oh, would anybody like to buy a nice hamburger? Only 75 cents.
What's the matter, Princess? Insomnia?
Oh, You startled me, Mr. Thurston. I didn't see anyone sitting there.
You may as well make it Ken, since we've come this far together. Sit down.
All right. Ken,
Of course, that leaves me still wondering what to call you.
you still think I'm an imposter, don't you?
Aren't you?
No more than you are.
Touché. I suppose our little friends are all tucked in safely.
I guess so. Rather surprised at you letting Don Louis out of your sight. You followed him around like a shadow.
A good reason for it. Or, of course, you know about that.
I can guess. Ken, why do you dislike me so much?
I don't. I've been avoiding you because I think you're dangerous. There's a big difference there.
Dangerous, Ken? In what way?
The way you said that, for one thing. And the way you're looking right now.
How am I looking?
Let's say, desirable. That covers a lot of ground.
I don't go so much for just looking, Ken.
No more do I.
So, where do we go from here?
San Francisco.
Oh, that's for tomorrow. How about tonight?
Tonight. That settles that question.
Ken, those were gunshots.
That's right, baby. No, you stay where you are.
Mr. Thurston, that noise. Why, it woke me up. What happened?
I think it's a safe bet that somebody shot somebody.
Yeah, well, but we've got to do something. Where'd it come from, and who was it?
I believe I can answer that question, Dr. Mosley. Please stand where you are, Mr. Colon.
Don Louis.
Well, Colin, that's quite an arm you've got on you.
I don't think he's wounded seriously, Mr. Thurston. I'm something of an expert with a pistol.
How did it happen, Don Louis?
I woke up to find Mr. Colon going through my luggage. Since he had a knife, there was no other choice than to shoot him.
Well, it's fortunate you woke up. Otherwise, he'd have had the briefcase. It's too bad Mr. Thurston was so engrossed out here in the lounge.
Oh? I thought the shots woke you up.
Well, at least you weren't where you should have been, with Don Louis.
No. No more was the briefcase.
Oh, that's right.
Where is it?
Under those cushions there. You've been sitting on it for the last 5 minutes.
Oh?
Since I was quite sleepy, Mr. Thurston was kind enough to take over my responsibility for a time.
Mr. Thurston's well known on 2 continents for that sort of kindness, Don Louis.
Hello, Baron. You always wake up with a brandy bottle in your hand?
Oh, with so much excitement, I thought a drink might be in order. I've even found glasses. How about one all around?
Excellent suggestion.
You didn't count me in.
Well, there we are.
Just a moment.
Mr. Thurston, what's that gun for?
Suppose we wait for our host to drink first. Well, Baron?
All right, put that gun on them. We can make a deal, Mr. Coco.
Coco? But Mr. Thurston is the man called X.
Mister.
The Baron's been under misapprehension, and I'll take that bottle now. I think it'll probably hang you, Baron Wolf, for the murder of a man named Davis.
But, Mr. Thurston, think of the humiliation for the honorable name of Zellschmidt. Traveling up here with all these bad characters, and your gun pointed at my back. Why can't I sit with you and Don Louis?
Hagon, for all I know, you may be one of Mr. Coco's agents.
Mr. X, I swear by the father of my father
skip it. Anyway, you're a petty profiteer. 75 cents for a stale hamburger. Stay right where you are.
How long will it be before we reach San Francisco, Mr. Thurston?
I'd say about half an hour, Don Louis. Plenty of time to make connections with the Clipper.
I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Thurston. As soon as I can get in touch with the proper authorities, you're going to be very sorry for this treatment.
What's wrong, Dr. Mosley? Aren't you comfortable?
Treated like a common criminal. A man of my position.
Relax, Doctor. Colin and the Baron are on a tougher spot than you are. They're not doing any squawking.
The stakes were big enough to take a chance, Thurston. When you lose, that's all.
Quite a philosophy. You and the Baron should have worked together. How do you feel about it, Princess?
I'm not a princess, and you know it. I showed you enough credentials to prove who I am.
Sure you did. Helen Bartlett, magazine feature writer. That was a new role, wasn't it?
It was not a role, it's the truth. I admit it was a fool idea, but I had to get an inside story on this radium deal some way. Dr. Mosley backs me up.
Yeah, I've noticed how willing both of you are to support each other's claims.
Now look here, Thurston.
You look here, Dr. Mosley. Thousands of people in this country kicked in money to send this radium to a Philippine hospital. All I care about is making sure it does go there. Compared to that, your little troubles don't mean very much. Is that clear?
Mr. X, do you think one of these suspects could be Mr. Coco, maybe?
Maybe.
Which one is it?
That's a good question, Pagan. Which one do you think it is?
Well, that looks familiar.
You mean the clipper, Don Louis?
No, the wharf there. That's where I first landed, coming over from Manila.
Well, I guess we may as well see you aboard. And you ought to have a pretty quiet trip from here on.
Well, at any rate, Mr. Thurston, it's quite a relief to be vindicated finally and see the proper criminals put into custody.
Yeah, it's been quite an experience. From a dangerous femme fatale to a suspect to a bona fide magazine writer all overnight.
Helen, you'd be dangerous anyway.
But you still show me San Francisco tonight in spite of it. Won't you, Ken?
Well, here we are, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah. Nice view across the bay.
Yes, it is indeed. Now I may as well take the briefcase. Mr. Thurston, neither I nor my people can ever thank you enough for your protection on the trip from New York.
That's very generous of you, Don Louis. As I said before, my one interest in this affair is to make sure the radium gets to its destination. Those customs guards there, they have the same idea.
What? Why, those rifles are pointing at us.
Oh, no. Not us. Every one of those rifles is pointed straight at you, Mr. Coco.
I seem to have underrated you, Mr. Thurston. How did you find out?
Your gun first, please. Thanks. Well, it was your topcoat. You threw it across the seat in the plane, and I happened to notice a label. Gonzalez de Taylor, Manila.
But Don Louis was from Manila.
Around it was a line of tiny pinpricks, where another label had been ripped out. So I wired the chief for a description of the real Don Louis roof. You didn't fit it, Mr. Coco.
But, Mr. Thurston, I dealt entirely with this man. He presented all the necessary credentials. What happened to the real Don Louis?
Well, Mr. Coco, any answer there? We'll find him all right. And when we do, I think we'll find a few bullets fired from this gun. And that ought to make a pretty tight case.
Now that I come to think of it, Mr. Thurston, I thought this fellow's voice sounded familiar. Yeah, he's the one who called me on the phone.
Pagan, have another hamburger.
Well, I don't mind if...
Well...
Yes, they're all such fools, Ken. They never see it before it's too late.
Helen, any man's a fool when he sets himself against humanity. That's the real man without a country. If such there be, go mark him well. For him no music's raptures swell. As a fool he lives and blindly dies, finding death his only prize. It's a beautiful sunset there beyond the Golden Gate, except for one dark shadow from that rock on the right. Mr. Coco, that's the rock they call Alcatraz.
And our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called Run, Thief, Run. And rightly so, because there's plenty of action and suspense in it. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along with Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to GoCom/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent, who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. And here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, recently a nation faced invasion. However, the power that threatened knew that world disapproval and perhaps reprisals would be bound to follow any military move. This knowledge resulted in a new form of attack. Spies were sent into the country with instructions to win sympathizers, arm them, and create a situation that would look like civil war. The pirate nation could then send in its troops to reestablish order. Such is the background plot of the story which John Holbrook now introduces.
Thank you, K7. All nations today face one problem, that of enemies within their borders. Some of these enemies are spies. Others are aliens. Still others, citizens and naturalized citizens. Recently, in some parts of the world, attempts have been made to arm these enemies. Such was the situation which was responsible for Special Agent M being called to the office of a certain high-ranking military official. We join him as he and his assistant, Ivan, study several bullets on the official's desk.
Yes, I have seen bullets like these. They're made in but one country and fit only that country's rifles. I had no idea your government was buying munitions for them.
We are not, Special Agent M.
Then where did these come from?
A case of these bullets was found at the site of one of our roads. It had evidently fallen from a truck.
And does that mean these bullets were brought into the country without your knowledge, monsieur?
Exactly. The implications are that someone is smuggling munitions into this country.
But why?
I can guess why. Your government has been, shall we say, a little unstable in recent months.
That is true. We have three powerful political parties. One of those parties sympathizes with our enemy. If its members should be armed...
Is the fact that one case of bullets was found enough to make you believe that?
No, mademoiselle. That would be jumping at conclusions. However, the fact that such a case of bullets was found proves this letter which came this morning is important.
A letter? Who's it from?
One of our customs men at this small border town. Here, read it.
I have definite proof that arms are being smuggled across the border at this point. If an investigator is sent, I will give him all necessary information. We will start tonight.
Agent M and Ivan left for the border by train early that evening. However, they were to be too late to interview the customs man who had written the letter. As their train sped through the night, a black sedan moved up the street of the border town.
Are you ready?
Yes.
He lives in the second house ahead. As we pass, throw the bomb through one of the windows.
I'm ready.
Right.
Agent M and Ivan arrived the next morning. They heard the news immediately. We joined them as they talked together a few hours later.
Now, we've got to be cautious, Ivan. The man whom we were to see was killed last night. Somehow the men who were smuggling arms knew that he betrayed them.
They dynamited his home?
Yes, it was completely wrecked. However, we're not going to let that stop us. While you were keeping out of sight, I found out a few things. A large, fast truck passes through 2 or 3 nights a week.
How did you discover that, Em?
On one of the early trips, a peasant was stopped and asked directions. Others have seen it. These people don't want to talk. I have to satisfy myself with bits of information gathered here and there. However, there's one piece that is important.
Go on.
It means a job for you. There's one cafe here that is quite large. The customs men who are off duty make it their headquarters. Ivan, have you ever had your fortune told?
Of course. Every woman has it sometime.
Good. Tomorrow night, you're going to become a gypsy, and you're going to tell fortunes.
The next night, Ivan appeared at the cafe dressed as a gypsy. In a few minutes, a soldier in the uniform of a private came in alone and seated himself at one of the tables.
Your order, monsieur?
A wine. Grand Vin Royal.
At once, monsieur.
Cross my palm with silver, and I will tell you of the future. Let me tell you a fortune, monsieur.
Later, perhaps. The 2 men in the corner circle toward them.
Thank you, monsieur. I will come back. Cross the gypsy's palm with silver, and know the future. You let me.
How much longer before we cross the border?
Another hour. The truck is being loaded. We go over after it at 10 o'clock.
You will have no trouble?
Of course not. Do you think these other fools want their homes bombed? No, we'll have no more trouble. And the guards who are left like the money we pay them too well.
Cross the gypsy's palm.
In another month, we will have brought in enough guns to arm everyone who sympathizes with us. Then the revolution. A toast to the revolution, my friend.
Keep quiet.
Monsieur, let me tell you about the future. Cross my palm with silver, and I will tell you of the future.
We are not interested.
Oh, but I am interested, Sergio. She's beautiful. Sit down, mademoiselle.
Thank you. You would like to know if you ought to have much gold, monsieur?
You can tell me.
This is foolish.
Your friend does not believe, monsieur. Give me your hand, and I will show him. It is all in the lines.
It will be pleasant to have you hold my hand. Now tell me I will be rich.
Monsieur, your hand is strong, and a lifeline. It is long. You will live to be old.
I suppose you see a fortune for him, too.
A fortune? Oh, that is as fate wills it. Your hand shows many things, monsieur. This line. It means that you do as you please. Laws mean nothing to you. You would murder a man if you thought he had betrayed you.
What did you say?
It is in your hand. You would crush your enemies. You are a man of action. Yes. And here is another line. It shows that you do things people do not know about. You work in the night. Your work is dangerous, too.
What are you saying? Stop. I don't want to hear any more.
There is more, monsieur. You are interested in guns.
Let us get out of here.
Yes.
It's time we were starting.
I don't want to hear any more. Come on. Here's your silver.
Thank you, monsieur. Let the gypsy tell you future. Cross my palm with silver, and there.
Yvonne circled the cafe as the 2 men left. She walked slowly. A few minutes later, she again stopped before the soldiers' table.
Did you find out anything, Ivan?
Yes. They are the 2 you are after. As I came up to their table, the one who let me read his palm said, in another month we will have enough guns to arm everyone who sympathizes with us. Then he toasted the revolution.
Good work. Anything else?
Not much. Only that I frightened them by hinting at things we already know. The second man said it was time for them to start, and they left.
Time for them to start. That may mean they're going to bring through munitions tonight. Ivan, I'm leaving. I want you to follow me in a few minutes. Walk straight up the road. I'll be waiting for you in a car.
A few minutes later, Ivan joined them. She found him at the wheel of a powerful roadster. Together, they drove to within a few hundred yards of the customs house at the side of the international highway. M stopped the car in the shadow well off the road.
We'll wait here, Ivan, or at least you will. I'm going to try and get as near the customs house as I can in the darkness. Push over behind the wheel and keep the motor running.
We're going to follow the truck if it comes through.
Yes, we're going to follow it and seize it, Ivan. As soon as it comes, I'll run back here and we'll be ready to go.
Way faster.
Now, I may not have time to do more than jump on the running board. Now, that's all. Keep your eyes open.
M cautiously made his way to a spot near the customs gates. To his surprise, he found the gates open. There seemed to be no one around. He decided to go on for a few hundred feet. Then he saw the lights of a truck approaching. It passed him at high speed. Further down the road, Yvonne also saw the truck coming. It flashed by her, but she could not see him.
Why doesn't M come? We won't be able to catch them. M, where are you? Something must have gone wrong. Stop. I'll do it myself. I can see them ahead. I'm catching up. Oh, I'm almost alongside. Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Stop or I'll shoot at your tires!
Back at the customs house, M watched as the truck and Yvonne's car had disappeared in the night. He had taken a picture of the truck with his infrared camera as it flashed by. Then he ran toward Yvonne in the car. Before he could reach her, she sped away. A minute later, he heard the crash up the road and ran toward the spot.
Yvonne! Yvonne! Are you all right? Oh, there's something ahead. Yvonne!
M, over here!
Are you all right, Yvonne?
Yes. When I shot their tires, they swerved into me. I went into the ditch.
Where are they?
Here. Both of them are knocked out.
Oh, I'm afraid they're more than knocked out. Here, wait. What's this? A code book, Yvonne. This booklet was in one of their pockets. Yes, and here are names and addresses. Yvonne, this book is more important than the truck. It will crush the ring of spies and sympathizers who are plotting against this country.
Through the addresses found in the book, the authorities located a fully equipped military headquarters in a basement in the center of a nation's capital city. Wholesale arrests followed, and there was a great national scandal. The plot to cause a revolution was crushed. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment. Another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment is going to involve a dead correspondent, a Burmese girl, a trip through the jungle, and a fallen idol. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve? Last night, an American newspaper correspondent named Kent Jackson was murdered in Rangoon, Burma. Your plane leaves in an hour.
I'm flying clear to Burma because a correspondent gets himself killed?
Kent Jackson had been posing as a European political refugee. We think he'd been investigating some sort of political refugee racket.
Maybe he was getting too warm.
Looks that way. Now, we have one lead. A Burmese girl named Linya, who we think witnessed the killing.
Where is this Linya?
She's disappeared.
Oh, great.
Your first contact in Rangoon will be Chambers at our legation there. He'll fill you in on the background. Get over there, Steve. Find this girl, Linya, and solve Kent Jackson's murder. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Anybody who knows baseball has played with a bat knows Jackie Robinson is about the hottest thing in the game. And now, Jackie has turned actor to play himself in the Jackie Robinson story. It'll be turning up at your hometown theater soon. Plan to take the kids. And by way of a short postscript to the movie, maybe you'd be interested in what Jackie told us about Wheaties. He says, a bowl of those crisp whole wheat flakes sure helps me get set for the day. Well, that's about it. I think you'll like the Jackie Robinson story. And I'm dead sure you'll like Wheaties, breakfast of champions. Try them both.
Now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent.
Sure, this is going to be real easy. All I have to do is find a missing girl named Linya in one of the wildest countries in the world. Then get her to put the finger on a killer who'll probably be trying to do likewise to me. It's Monday when I get to Rangoon. It's raining and hot, and Chambers is waiting for me at his house.
Well, Mitchell, I was sitting right here reading the night of Jackson's murder when suddenly I heard shots out in the garden. This girl, Linya, ran in here screaming at me to save her. I ran out in the garden, got clipped on the head.
Oh, I wondered what the bandage was for.
When I came to, Linya was gone.
Look, did you know this girl, Linya, at all?
Oh, yes. She worked in a restaurant about half a mile from here. I used to drop in there frequently.
I don't get the connection between Linya and Jackson's murder.
When Linya was shot at in my garden, one of the bullets was embedded in the side of the house. The police dug it out and compared it with the bullet that killed Jackson 15 minutes earlier. The two slugs matched.
Oh, so Jackson's killer was after Linya, too. Well, there's my tie-in, all right. You know much about the deal Jackson was investigating?
Yes. Somebody here in Burma has been receiving political refugees from Europe for a price. Then, whoever it is contacts the European country involved and, for more dough, delivers the refugees back to them.
That sounds like a real sweet deal. Well, if I'm going to find this girl, Linya, I better start getting some leads about her. Let's see. You say she worked at a restaurant?
Yes, a French restaurant run by Papa Valdez. You'll find it down the street about half a mile.
Okay, I guess Papa Valdez is my next stop. Well, see you later, Chambers.
sorry, monsieur, but I am closed for the night. I cannot serve you.
I didn't come here for food. I came for information. You, Poppy Valder?
Oui, monsieur.
I'd like to talk to you about one of your waitresses, a girl named Linya.
I will handle this, Valder.
Hmm? Oh, I didn't see you over there.
If you wish to talk about Linya, you will talk to me.
Really? Who are you?
Lieutenant Ramat of the police. And you?
Steve Mitchell.
May I ask why you are interested in the girl Linya?
You may ask, Lieutenant, and I think these credentials of mine will answer your question.
I see. I will be happy to cooperate with you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Now, what can you tell me about the girl, Papa Valder?
Oh, very little, monsieur. Linya, she was a good waitress and a very good girl.
Oh, where'd she live?
In a rooming house about a half-hour's walk from this place. Here is the address.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant. Linya walked home every night, huh?
Yes, that is right, monsieur.
Well, then it seems logical that somewhere on her route she passed the spot of Jackson's killing and witnessed it.
I have investigated that. Linya could not possibly have arrived at the scene of the killing at the time when the killing took place. I walked off the distance myself. She could not have been closer than 3 blocks to it.
Well, then I don't get it. Why did the killer take off after her?
It is most puzzling.
It sure is. The only other answer is that Linya knows something that she doesn't realize she knows. That means I've got to find her before the killer does.
Rangoon is a large city, Mitchell.
Yeah, and we're not even sure she's still in Rangoon. Well, thanks for the information, gentlemen. I think I'll go over to Linya's rooming house and see what I can find out there. Hey, wake up. Snap out of it. Come on, prop those little lids open a minute.
The return to reality is never as good as the dream.
Save the philosophy. You run this rooming house?
Yes, it is so.
You got any idea where this girl Linya could be?
No, none at all.
Come on, Rip Van Winkle. Pull yourself up off that desk.
What do you wish to know?
Do you know whether Linya had any relatives in this town, any place that she could have gone to hide?
She spoke of only one, a great uncle.
What's his name?
Dalai Singh is a priest.
Where could I find this Dalai Singh?
Oh, Dalai Singh. Go outside and face to the west. You will see the temple.
Okay, thanks. Well, so long, dreamboat. I locate the native temple and go inside. The only light comes from a few scattered candles. There are life-sized idols sitting up on perches along the walls. Then I spot a light coming from a room in the back of the temple. I start toward it. Suddenly, there's a grating noise. I look up. One of the idols is toppling over right on top of me. I dive to one side as it falls, and it hits me a glancing blow on the shoulder that sends me sprawling on the floor. There's a rustle of drapes behind the idol and running steps. By the time I pull myself up off the floor, there's no one in sight. I go into the back room. A little old man with a face like a prune is sitting there, staring straight ahead. Excuse me, I'd like to talk to you. I said I'd like to talk to you. Look, would you mind focusing your eyes on me a minute?
I must apologize. I am withdrawn. Yes, my son. What is it?
You're Dalai Singh?
That is my name.
And you're Linya's great-uncle?
That is the earthly relationship? Yes.
That was a pretty earthly reception you gave me a couple of minutes ago.
I do not understand.
That idol, the one that almost fell on me.
You must pardon me. I was so immersed in meditation, I heard nothing.
Oh? Well, I guess I wasn't that immersed because it sounded awfully noisy to me.
What do you wish of me?
I'm trying to find Linya.
For what purpose?
I want to find out what she knows about a killing that took place a few nights ago.
Is this your true purpose, my son?
That and protecting her from whoever's after it.
Come closer. Now, Gaze into my eyes. No, do not blink. Gaze steadily.
Look, what are you trying to do? Hypnotize me?
But a little longer. So, there is honesty in your eyes. You have passed the first test.
Well, that's good to know. Now, can you tell me where Linya is?
Be in front of the Shui Dagon Pagoda in 1 hour.
Shui Dagon Pagoda? How do I go about finding it?
You cannot fail to see it. It looms over the entire city.
Okay, in 1 hour. Will Linya be there?
Everything will be accomplished. Depart in peace.
Dalai Singh was right. It isn't hard to spot the pagoda, even at night. It's up on a rise overlooking the city. On the way up there, I get the feeling I'm being followed. I stop and turn around just in time to see a skinny little gent dart into the alley behind me. By the time I get to the pagoda, there's an uneasy thought packing away at my brain. This whole deal could be a trap. But there's nothing to do except to wait and find out.
Mr. Mitchell.
Hmm?
My arm. You are
Look,
hurting
I
me.
don't like guys slipping up behind me.
Please.
Hey, you're the guy who's been following me.
Yes, but I bring you no harm.
Who are you? What do you want?
I am Mauli. You seek the girl Linya? I can take you to her.
Yeah? How do I know this isn't a trap? Who sent you?
The priest, Dalai Singh.
I see. Where is Linya?
I must take you there. Come, we will walk.
Okay, Molly, but get this. I'll have one eye on you the whole way, and if this is a trap, if anything happens, it's going to happen to you first. Come on. Look, we've been winding our way through back alleys for the last half hour, Molly.
But here we are at proper place.
Okay, you first, and don't try anything.
Come.
Dark in here.
I will turn on the light. So.
Well, I sing.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Look, what is all this? You send a guy to take me on a cook's tour of the city, then he brings me down a back alley to you again. You sure don't believe in taking any chances.
Toying with chance sometimes invites disaster.
Okay. Now, where's Linya?
Fetch the girl, Mauli.
Very well. Enter.
Well, so this is Linya. You took a lot of finding, little lady.
Let the man speak first, my child.
Look, Linya, the man who tried to kill you the other night is probably the same one who killed Jackson. Did you get a good look at him?
One moment, Mr. Mitchell.
Hmm?
You accept this girl as Linya?
Well, of course. You just got through telling me that.
No, I did not say she was Linya.
Wait a minute. You mean she isn't?
You have passed the second test, Mr. Mitchell. If you had been the one who was trying to harm Linya, then you would have known this girl was not she.
Oh, great. Look, isn't it about time the examinations were over? What do I have to get? Straight A's?
You have proven yourself. Now, I will direct you to Linya.
Is she here in Rangoon?
No. You must purchase a ticket on the river boat.
River boat?
Yes. It will take you up the Irrawaddy River. A person will approach you on the boat. You will say to that person, the jungle is very dark. If that person replies, but soon it will be light again, that person is your friend and will lead you to Linya at the next port.
Sounds like a pretty involved routine.
Linya has placed herself under my protection. I can do no less than my best. And now we part. I to return to the temple, you to take the trip up the river. May your journey be as safe as mine will be.
I go down to the waterfront and buy a ticket on the riverboat. I've got an hour before it shoves off, and then I realize I don't even know whether it's going to be a man or a woman who contacts me, so I go back to the temple to ask Dalai Singh. I start walking along the row of idols, and the one somebody tried to push over on me is still lying on the floor, but there's no vacant spot on the wall. There's another idol sitting there, but that idol moves a little. I go closer. Then, as it crumples over and drops to the floor, I see it's not an idol after all. It's Dalai Singh with a knife in his heart.
Maybe you've got the idea that I tell you all these things about Wheaties just so you'll go out and buy them. Well, that isn't it at all. I'm not worried about you. You've been eating Wheaties long enough to know how good they are. It's those neighbors of yours I'm thinking about. Now, suppose you just go over there some morning and just tell them all the nice things about Wheaties. Like they're whole wheat and they're wonderful with milk and fruit and they make you feel fine and kids love them and they're flaky and crisp and loaded with vitamins. I think that'd be a mighty neighborly thing to do. Oh, say, I just happened to think, what if the neighbors are listening in tonight, too? They'll probably be over here tomorrow morning to tell you about Wheaties. Well, have fun. And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
May your journey be as safe as mine. That's what Dalai Singh had said to me, and now here he is, dead. And that gives me a strong hint as to what my journey is going to be like, because if Dalai Singh talked before he died, there's only going to be somebody trying to contact me aboard the boat. There'll also be somebody else trying to kill me. Well, we shove off. It's an old side-wheeler. I give the passengers the once-over trying to figure out which one to use the password about the dark jungle on. There are a few natives, a fat guy carrying a white trench coat, a smooth-looking Egyptian, and a girl. The kind of a girl you'd vote is the one you'd most like to take a trip up a river with. I stand there at the rail, and pretty soon she saunters over.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Steve. You?
Marge.
Hi, Marge.
You got a smoke?
Sure. Here.
Thanks.
Light?
Long way from home, aren't you, Steve?
Funny, I was thinking the same about you.
No, a riverboat, a bar, that's home to me.
Where are you heading?
Up the river, Mandalay. Gonna sing in a joint up there.
Oh?
Yeah. I guess my voice wouldn't get me into the Store Club, but they're not so particular in Burma.
You've been around this neck of the woods quite a while, huh?
About 3 lifetimes.
Say, that jungle is very dark, isn't it?
Hmm?
I said that jungle is very dark.
Oh, yeah. Well, I imagine it'll...
What's the matter?
That fat gent over there with the white trench coat, is he a friend of yours?
No, why?
He seems to be trying to take in every word.
Yeah. You know him?
I've seen him around Rangoon a few times. I think his name is Lazarus.
I see. Excuse me a minute, Marge.
Yeah, sure.
Good evening, Lazarus. Hey, just a minute.
What do you want?
You seemed pretty interested in what I was saying to the young lady a minute ago.
Why? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you were sure drinking in every word, Lazarus.
You're mistaken. I was merely enjoying the view. Good night.
Uh-huh.
So I hope you will pardon my intrusion on your privacy. It was just that I could not avoid paying homage to such beauty.
You're a real flowery type guy, aren't you? Oh, Steve.
Hi. Looks like you just weren't meant to be lonely, Marge.
This is, what did you say your name was, Buster?
Camise, at your service.
Camise, meet Steve.
I am indeed honored, Steve. I hope you will forgive my intrusion on your tete-a-tete.
Yeah. Egyptian, aren't you?
Yes, from Cairo.
What brings you here to Burma?
Quite possibly the same thing that brings you here, Steve.
What's that?
Yes, I sense that we are two kindred spirits, each seeking adventure, each willing to travel around the world to find it.
You're just looking for adventure, huh?
Yes. You see, Steve, I am a romantic at heart. Else, why would I leave my considerable estate in Cairo to travel up a Burmese river on a rickety boat?
Brother, if I had a considerable estate in Cairo or Cairo, Illinois, I wouldn't be paddling through this swamp.
The quest for adventure often leads us to unlikely surroundings.
It sure does.
And now, please excuse me. Perhaps it was fated that we should meet, Steve. If so, we shall meet again.
Well, it'd be pretty hard to avoid meeting again on this tub. I'll see you around, commies.
Good night to you both.
Ha! Get a load of him. I am a romantic at heart yet.
Yeah. Hey, look, Marge, just before you spotted that guy Lazarus watching us, I made a remark to you about the jungle being pretty dark.
Yeah, I remember.
You started to say something in reply. What was it?
It'll keep, Steve.
Oh? Okay.
Well, I think I'll turn in.
I'll see you in the morning, huh?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'll make a point of it.
I stand there at the rail alone, staring down into the black water of the Irrawaddy River, wondering how many crocodiles per cubic foot. At this point, it looks like Marge is the contact who's to lead me to the girl, Linya. That leaves either the flowery Egyptian Kamis or the guy with the white trench coat, Lazarus, as the killer of Dolly Singh. But I've got to be sure who's who before I can do anything about it. Then, suddenly, there's a faint sound behind me. A hand shoves me. Out of the corner of my eye, I get a glimpse of a white coat as I topple over the side. There's a loose line trailing in the water. I grab at it as I hit. It almost jerks my arm out of the socket, but I hang on. Got no desire to be a crocodile bait, and finally, I pull myself back on board. There's no one in sight, but I know the white coat I spotted belongs to one Mr. Lazarus. The next morning, we dock at a river port. Lazarus is the first one ashore. I follow him to a little shop.
Oh, yes, sir. May I say you some nice trinkets this morning?
Where's the guy who just came in here?
But I do not know what you're talking about,
Wait
sir.
a minute. That door over there, where does it lead?
Oh, just to the back room. But I have nice trinkets. But, sir, where are you going? No, wait.
Hello, Lazarus.
Good morning, Mr. Mitchell. Come in, please.
Huh?
Quickly, we have no time to lose.
Look, what's this all about, Lazarus?
I did not have a chance to contact you aboard the boat, Mitchell. You were never alone, so I reasoned that if I left the boat in a hurry, you would follow me. You did.
You trying to tell me that you're my contact?
I am. Dalai Singh is a friend of mine.
Don't give me that. You tried to shove me overboard last night. I spotted your white trench coat.
That coat was stolen from my stateroom.
All right, try this. The jungle is very dark.
But soon it'll be light again. And as further proof of my identity, Linya!
What?
Yes, Mr. Lazarus?
Hey.
You may join us now, child.
So this is Linya. You've been hiding in the back of the shop ever since you left Rangoon, huh?
Yes. My great-uncle Dalai Singh said he would send help to me. How is he?
I'm sorry, Linya, but he's dead.
What's that?
Dalai Singh? Dead?
My one friend. Gone.
I think the same person who's after you killed him. And an American newspaper man named Jackson. Linya, now you've got to tell me who that person is.
I? Oh, but I know nothing, Mr. Mitchell. I do not know why someone is trying to kill me.
Look, you worked at Papa Valdar's restaurant in Rangoon.
Yes.
Every night, you leave right at 8 and start walking home. Now, the night of the killing, you must have seen something on the way home.
No, I saw nothing.
Then you heard something. Shots, for instance.
No.
Mitchell, do you suppose the killer mistook Linya for another girl?
I don't know. Look, I'm going to try once more, Linya. Now, try to remember.
Yes.
On the night of the killing, you left Papa Valdar's at 8 o'clock as usual, right?
Yes.
Now, 15 minutes later, you were within 4 blocks of the scene of the killing. That's about half a mile from Papa Valdar's restaurant.
No, I did not get that far.
What?
I realized I had forgotten to take some food that Papa Valder had given me. So I went back to the restaurant to get it.
But, Mitchell, that means Linya could not possibly have witnessed the killing. It must be a case of mistaken identity.
Just a minute, Lazarus. Keep on, Linya.
Well, I opened the door. Then I saw someone inside the restaurant.
Who was it?
I do not know. I had never seen this person before.
I guess she means me.
Oh, that is the one.
Marge.
There's a gun.
Hold it. Nice and steady, all of you. Well, Steve, you were concentrating so hard on following Lazarus when he left the boat, you made it pretty easy for me to follow you. Thanks for leading me to Linya.
Yeah. Congratulations to me. Chump of the world.
Oh, now, Buster, let's not cry in our beer. Oh, my, such long faces. Well, it looks like little Marge will have to cheer you up.
Well, what are you going to do? Tell a joke or something?
You know, I might at that. Because I've got a real funny one stored up for you kids. It'll kill you.
No kidding. It actually may cost you money not to eat breakfast. Honest. Look, you skip breakfast, so comes lunch, and you got to eat like a horse to catch up. And that's tough on the budget. So here's the deal. Start breakfast with a nice bowl of crisp whole wheat Wheaties with milk and some fruit, maybe. They'll be just about wearing off at noon, and you'll be all set for a nice, reasonable lunch. And you know, with those Wheaties in there,
you'll feel as good as money in the bank all morning long.
Now, here is the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment.
What are you going to do to us?
Are you kidding?
You mean you're going to kill us just because Linya happened to see you in a restaurant?
That's the general idea, Lassie, old boy.
Well, why don't you get it over with, Marge?
In a minute, Buster.
You can call me Steve, and what are you waiting for?
My little helper. I don't want any slip-ups.
Helper? Then you're not in this deal alone.
No, he's tying up that shopkeeper out in front. Oh, here he is now.
Papa Valder!
Oui. Good evening, Linya. You have been most difficult to find.
Well, I begin to get it. You and Papa Valder were running the political refugee racket together, Marge. You killed the correspondent Jackson, then went back to report to Valder, but just then Linya stuck her head in the door. You two didn't want to be seen together, so you took off after Linya.
Come, my dear. Let us attend to the business at hand without further delay.
Okay, Pop.
Wait.
Huh?
You must spare my life. I beg of you.
Oh, save it, hero.
But I was only trying to do a favor for a friend. I had nothing to do with
You
it.
sure
must
picked
believe
nice,
me.
brave guys to work with, Steve.
Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you say. Please, I beg of you.
Get up off your knees. Take it like a big boy, Lazarus.
Suddenly I realize what Lazarus is up to. He's squealing for mercy like a stuck pig. But all the while he's inching slowly forward on his knees toward Marge's gun.
I said get up.
Very well.
Let go of that gun.
Valder is behind Marge. He whips out his gun and jumps to one side, but I meet him halfway. The slug hits the wall and Valder hits the floor. Marge gives Lazarus a foot in the face and swings her gun free, but a second too late.
Let go of my wrist.
Drop that gun or I'll break your arm.
Oh, yeah?
Drop it. Thanks. I'll take it now. You okay, Lazarus?
Quite.
Looks like he's a little bigger hero than you gave him credit for, Marge.
Okay. So things didn't turn out quite like I'd figured. No hard feelings, Steve.
Oh, no? No hard feelings? You kill a newspaper man and a priest, to say nothing of a few political refugees here and there along the line, but no hard feelings.
Well, you've got a right to your theories. Can I go now?
You are kidding.
Look, Buster, you've got no proof of any of this. There weren't any witnesses to either of those killings, and if you think you're going to get any kind of confession out of me...
I've got your gun, Marge, and that's just as good as a confession.
What are you talking about?
The police back in Rangoon have the slug that killed Jackson. 5 will get you 10 that matches these in your gun.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, even in Burma they've got ballistics. And I bet that's one word you'll wish had never been invented. But no hard feelings, Marge. I mean, Buster. Come on.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen next Monday night to Frank Lovejoy and Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Tomorrow, Perry Como sings at the Supper Club on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. This evening, we want to call your particular attention to Rexall's exciting two-page ad in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the current issue of Farm Journal. One page is devoted to 10 great new health aids, developed and perfected in Rexall's world-famous laboratories, and now available at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The other page features 10 headline bargains, available all during the month of July, plus 53 additional values in Rexall money-back guaranteed products. So remember, for new and better health aids, for timely household bargains, be sure to check Rexall's sensational two-page spread in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the current Farm Journal. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Come in.
My name is Hayden, Gustav Hayden.
How do you do, Mr. Hayden? Won't you have a seat?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
What can I do for you?
I would like for you to protect me for the next 2 days.
Protect you from what?
Well, maybe I should start at the beginning. By trade, I am a gunmaker. Before I was fortunate to come to this country, I worked in German. Do you mind if I smoke?
Go right ahead. He pulled out a very old, hand-carved pipe and stuffed it into a worn leather pouch. He was a little man, a few inches over 5 feet. I guessed his age to be somewhere in the 60s. He talked of his home in Germany before Hitler had moved in with the stormtroopers. He told me about his wife and how she had died in a prison camp because she was anti-Nazi.
They allowed me to work because I was making a very advanced rifle, and Adolf could use such a rifle. But when they took my wife, I destroyed my blueprints and was myself interned in another prison camp. They tried to beat my secret out of me. I lived, somehow. Then the war was over.
Your pipe's gone out.
Oh, so it is. I hope I'm not boring you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, not at all, no.
I have a sister, Anna. I sent her to America before the trouble came. She's a widow and has one son. Perhaps you have heard of a son, Mr. Diamond, William Ehrlich?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, you will. He's a lawyer. Someday he will be a very big lawyer.
You said you wanted me to protect you, Mr. Hayden.
Yeah. My sister, with the help of William, arranged for me to come to the United States. I was quite ill when I arrived, and they sent me to their summer cabin in the Catskills. I soon was better and took great pleasure in this place, so they have allowed me to stay at the cabin and make it my home.
See.
Willie even made for me a complete workshop at my disposal, and in the last 2 years, I've occupied myself with my old trade.
Making guns?
Yeah. I have finally produced my new rifle, Mr. Diamond, and someone has tried to steal it.
Well, if somebody's trying to steal it, you should go to the FBI or the police.
I think of that, Mr. Diamond, but it would involve my sister and her son. I'm not sure how good this rifle is until after I test it, and I don't wish to have my family involved unless the rifle is a good one.
Have you any idea who might have tried to steal it?
No.
How long do you want protection?
Only for 2 days while I test the gun, and then I want somebody to go with me to the right people, so I may show the rifle to them.
Well, I charge $100 a day in expenses, Mr. Hayden.
I have no money, only what Billy gives to me each month for living costs, but if you will take a chance with me, Mr. Diamond, that the rifle is a success, I will see you are well rewarded.
And if the government doesn't want the rifle?
Then, like myself, I'll have lost such your time and effort.
Where's the rifle now?
In my shop in the Catskills.
Well, if somebody's already tried to steal it, aren't you taking a big chance?
Oh, that's a caretaker, sir. My nephew hired him when I moved in.
Where was the caretaker when the attempt was made to steal the rifle?
We were both asleep. I heard a noise in the shop and went out to see. Albert, that's the caretaker, heard it also. We both got to the shop about the same time. Whoever it was, we must have frightened him away, but someone had been there. The window was open, and much of my equipment had been moved.
All right, Mr. Hyden, I'll gamble with you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Diamond, thank you. I'm going to see my sister now, but I will meet you at the ticket window 11, Grand Central Station, at 8 o'clock.
Well, look what just walked in.
Hello, Sergeant Otis. You're looking exceptionally well this afternoon. Had a haircut, didn't you?
Yeah, how's it look?
Doesn't it confuse your barber working on two heads at once?
Oh.
No. Hello, Walt.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Diamond.
I want you to do me a favor, Fatty.
Rick, I've thought of everything. There's no way I can get rid of Otis and make it look like suicide.
Then do me another favor.
All right.
Check on a man named Gustav Haydn, German citizen. Been in this country for a couple of years.
What's it all about?
Confidential. Like to tell you, but I can't.
Okay, I'll see what I can find out for you.
Thanks. I've got to take a little trip tonight around 8. I'll be at home if you come up with anything. Hey, what the...
That's Diamond, all right. Pick him up and drag him over to the bed.
Sure. Okay.
Put him up on the bed.
A heavy son of a gun.
Wake him up.
Come on. Come on, wake up.
Here's one.
Hey, he's coming around. Yeah, he's with us.
Okay. Now, don't try to get up or we'll have to belt you again.
Oh, what's this all about?
We want the plans.
Oh, you do, huh?
And we're going to get them.
I guess I'm in a hole. I don't give you the plans. You work me over. Believe me, I hate to mention it, but I haven't got them.
Take off your coat, Max.
Sure.
Go over and turn on that radio.
Right.
Now, look, I told you
Yeah,
that...
I know. You don't have the plans.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
And remember, friends, there's a federal excise tax to pay on all television.
Get some music.
So buy now and...
Turn it up. Okay, come here.
You want me to take over?
Yeah. I'll keep the gun on him.
No. Oh, why, you jerk.
Lie down. Go on. Work on these ribs.
Okay. Leg. You better tell us.
Oh, you knuckleheads. I can't tell you if I don't know.
Oh, he's sure stubborn.
Hold it. Not a noise out of you, Diamond.
Blue eyes, come on, open up.
Who is it, Diamond?
It's my brother-in-law.
Come on, Diamond, get out of the sack. I got something for
If you don't want him to get hurt, get rid of him.
But he's got something for me.
Well, get it and tell him to beat it. Go on over to the door, but don't let him in. I'll be right behind you.
Okay.
Well, it's about time. Say, what's with you?
Look,
I thought you...
Walt, tell Marge and the kids I can't come over. I'm busy.
What? Look...
And about the fur coat, tell her I couldn't get it for under $4.18.
Huh?
$4.18, and I don't want to get stuck with it.
Oh. Yeah, sure. I'll tell her.
You said you had something for me?
It'll keep. I'll give it to you when you got more time.
Sorry, but you know how it is. Business.
Sure.
Tell Marge I'm sorry. I couldn't come over.
I'll tell her. See you soon.
Hey.
Yeah?
What kind of a coat you buy for $418?
A beaver.
A beaver? Well, I could have gotten it for you for half.
Forget it. Over on the bed, Diamond.
Look, I swear I don't know about plans or anything else.
We got a lot of time. Maybe after a little while you'll remember. Move.
All right.
Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah.
Come on, Diamond. The plans the little guy gave you.
Sorry, I wish I could help.
We know the guy came to your office an hour ago. If he didn't give you the plans, he told you where they are.
I had one customer in the office today.
Yeah, and what did he want? Max?
Look. It wasn't anything about plans.
What was it? Again, Max.
Max kept working, and I took it. For one reason, because I had to. For another, I knew Walt had gotten a 418 tip. In police code, that meant a slugging. It was sooner than I expected. I looked over at the open window at the back of the room, and there was Walt, looking in from the fire escape.
Come on, Diamond. I'm getting tired.
And I feel rested, huh?
Okay.
Drop the gun.
Hey, look out!
Rick?
Okay. Here. Get this guy off me, Walt.
There.
Oh, thanks.
Well, this one's had it.
You got both of them.
This one tried, and the other went for his. They're both dead.
Oh, turn off that radio, will you?
Okay. Why were they working you over?
Well, they wanted something I didn't have. Something they thought my client gave me this afternoon.
Gustav Hayden?
Yeah. You find out anything about him?
Well, nothing incriminating. Got a whole background on him here.
I'll read it on the way down to Grand Central. Hayden didn't want the law in on this, but with 2 men dead, as far as I'm concerned, that puts it right in your lap.
This coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Current Farm Journal carry an important 2-page Rexall ad. One page features 10 great new health aids, developed and perfected in Rexall's world-famous laboratories, and now available at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The other page features 10 headline bargains good all during July. Here are just a couple of examples. Rexall 5X multivitamins, the tablets that are 5 times stronger than the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. Special introductory offer, 10-day trial size, a regular $1.79 value, free of extra cost, with the purchase of the regular bottle of 50. Stag Brushless Shave Cream, regular 50-cent jumbo tube, now only 25 cents, exactly half price. So remember, for new and finer health aids, for bigger and better bargains, be sure to check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Current Farm Journal. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, this is it, Walt. I was supposed to meet him here with the ticket window.
Oh, where is he?
I don't see him. This is ticket window 11. Let's give him a few minutes. And we gave Gustav Hayden more than a few minutes. At 8 o'clock, we were still waiting. At 8:15, the train Hayden and I were supposed to take pulled out.
You stood up.
Yeah. Let's check with the ticket seller. Pardon me, sir. May I talk with you for a minute?
Certainly. What can I do for you?
Police business.
Oh.
Did you notice a little man standing near this window? About 5'3", big bunch of gray hair, old brown hat and suit, button shoes.
Smoking a big pipe?
That's it?
Sure, couldn't help but notice him. Stood around for about 15 minutes.
See him leave?
Yeah, left with a man, big guy.
You remember what the big guy looked like?
I didn't pay much attention, just big.
What do you think, Rick?
I think we better look up Gustav Hayden's sister.
What is this all about, Lieutenant? Gustav left for the train station an hour ago. He was going back to the mountains.
Now, it's nothing to be alarmed about, Mrs. Ehrlich. He just didn't take the train.
Are you certain?
We checked.
But I still don't understand. Mr. Diamond, what is your interest in my brother?
Well, he retained me this morning to protect him.
To protect him?
Protect him from what?
Well, Mr. Ehrlich, he said someone was trying to steal a new rifle he was developing.
A new rifle?
A gun he started designing a long time ago in Germany.
Never told us anything about it.
Well, I don't believe he wanted to involve you until it was all finished and tested. If it was a success, he was going to turn it over to the government.
He certainly kept it a secret. I helped him fix up a workshop, but I just thought it was to keep him occupied. An old man, you know, wanted to keep busy.
And Mr. Diamond, you think something's happened to him because of this rifle?
Well, maybe not. But if you hear from him, please contact Lieutenant Levinson at the 5th Precinct Police Station. Anna Ehrlich gave us the location of the mountain cabin where Hayden was living, and we left. Walt went back to the station, put out a description on the missing gunsmith, and I caught the next train for the Catskills. It was morning when I climbed off the train and hired an old car to take me the 5 miles back into the woods. 20 minutes of bumpy road, and I arrived at the cabin to be met by the caretaker. Thanks, driver.
You want something?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hayden.
What did you want him for?
He's here.
Well, didn't you think he'd be?
I'd like to talk to him, please.
I don't know. He's in kind of a strange mood. Came in about 4 this morning, acting like he'd seen a...
Albert.
Yeah, Mr. Hayden.
Show the gentleman in.
Yes, sir.
That will be all, Albert.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Diamond, what are you doing here?
I saw your sister.
You talked with my sister?
That's right.
Your face is bruised.
2 men beat me up.
Mr. Diamond, I did not meet you at the station because I changed my mind. I'm so sorry you made this long trip, but I have no need for your service.
Oh, what changed your mind?
I decided not to go on.
Who was the man you left the station with, the big man? The ticket agent saw you.
Oh, he must have made a mistake.
This is police business now, Mr. Hayden.
Please leave.
I can't. I want to know what this is all about.
Please, I can't tell you.
I'd like to see your rifle, Mr. Hayden.
Mr. Diamond, I don't care what has happened. I cannot allow you.
Mr. Hayden, you might as well cooperate. If I leave here, I'll leave with you.
Oh, no. You don't know what it would mean.
Look, the 2 men who beat me up are dead. There's a dragnet out for you. Now, if you want me to help, maybe I can do you some good. It's up to you.
I must think.
Okay. But while you're thinking, I'd like to see that rifle.
Of course. I keep it locked in this closet. All that's left is to test it.
Beautiful. I'd like to fire it.
I have decided to tell you everything, Mr. Diamond.
And I'm glad.
You were right about the big man I was leaving the station with. He warned me to forget my dealings with you and not to call in the police. Then he drove me here and demanded the rifle and the plans. I told him the rifle was not nearly finished, but I gave him a set of blueprints and he left.
Then they've got the plans?
They have some plans. I expected something like this, and I drew up several sets of blueprints that will be no good to anyone. But I don't know what to do now. My sister and her son are in danger.
The first thing we've got to do is get hold of Lieutenant Levinson and tell him I found you. He'll give your family an armed guard if necessary.
But we don't know who these men are, who they're working for. You can't guard my sister and nephew forever.
That's a matter for the FBI. We've got 2 dead bodies to identify. They might give us a lead. Oh, somebody just drove up.
We can see from this window.
You know the car?
Well, it looks like Willy's car.
Oh, it is your nephew.
Oh, why did he come here? Willy!
Oh, Uncle Gustav, we've been worried sick. We couldn't wait to hear from Mr. Diamond, so I drove up. Mother's beside herself.
Oh, sorry, Willy. I should have notified
Mr.
you.
Diamond said you left the station with the man.
We'll tell you all about it on the way back, Alec. I've got to put in a call to the lieutenant and tell him to call off the dogs.
The telephone is in the other room, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks.
I'm sorry to make all this trouble, Willy.
I couldn't do anything else. What's this all about? Mr. Diamond mentioned something about a new rifle.
I was going to tell you, but I wanted to wait until I was certain of its performance.
But you certainly should have told told me I could have helped.
So was it, but if the
Hello?
rifle was no good, it was found in your career.
Hello, operator.
Uncle Gustav, you think that would have made
Operator.
It would have to me after all you and Anna have done for me. Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, the phone's dead.
What?
We've never had any trouble with it before.
That's what I was afraid of. Where's that caretaker?
He was here a moment ago.
Albert! Albert!
Yes, sir.
The phone's dead, Albert.
Well, it was working all right a little while ago. I called the store and ordered some groceries.
Come on, you're going to show us those phone lines.
That's the phone line coming down from the trees. Over the house, right... Well, what do you know?
Yeah, the line's been cut.
What?
That's right, Mr. Hayden.
Mr. Diamond.
Now, just take it easy. Mr. Ehrlich, we're all going to pile in your car and get out of here.
Wait. Don't you see what this can mean? My sister's alone back in New York. You can't reach the police to give us the necessary protection.
Well, we certainly can't stay here.
We must. I can't take a chance on my sister's life. I will give them the rifle and the plans.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. If you give it to them, you don't think they're going to let you live, or for that matter, let any one of us get out of here alive.
I'm an old man. It doesn't matter.
Sorry. We're all getting into that car.
No, Mr. Diamond. I cannot.
Wait a minute, Diamond. In a way, he's right. My mother's life is important also.
I can appreciate that, Mr. Ehrlich, but we're only presuming she might be in danger. We know that your uncle is, and that rifle's too important.
I won't leave.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to, and I wouldn't like to use force. Now, come on. All of you get in that car.
Wait just a minute, Mr. Diamond. No one's leaving this cabin.
Look, Ehrlich.
You look.
Really? You don't have to use a gun.
I'm afraid I do, Uncle.
But you can't.
Shut up and get over there with Mr. Diamond.
Really?
Shut up, you old fool. Get over there.
You better do as he says.
But I don't understand.
It's not too hard to figure out.
Albert.
Yeah?
Go and get that rifle.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Go and get the rifle. Look, I'm the man you've been expecting.
You?
Of course. Do you think I would have hired you as caretaker unless I knew you were working with us? Now go bring that rifle.
Yes, sir.
Really? You are behind all this?
Oh, now, don't be so naive, Uncle. I've been with the party for years.
The party?
Certainly. You didn't think we were a bunch of thugs, did you?
There's a difference?
That's all right, Diamond. Enjoy yourself. You don't have too long.
I simply can't believe it. And Anna?
Mother knows nothing about it. She couldn't understand.
And Albert telling everything I did.
That's how they kept such close tabs on you, Mr. Hayden. They tried to get the gun first by stealing it. When you came to my office, they thought you'd given me the plans and sent two of their strong arms to beat it out of me. That didn't pay off, so they had you picked up at the station. You gave the big man the wrong plans, and up came your sweet little nephew.
But why didn't Albert just steal it? He could have many times.
You'd have been the first one suspected.
Quite shrewd, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah, I'm a dilly. You played it pretty cozy, too, Ehrlich. Even your own man didn't know you were running the show.
Here it is, Mr. Ehrlich. I brought some shells in case you wanted to see it work.
Good. Well, Uncle, I suppose you're just as interested in the performance of your rifle as I am. You can try it right here, Albert.
Yes, sir.
Pick a good target. Walk down the road about 100 yards and see if you can kill Mr. Diamond on the first shot.
Really?
Now, relax, Mr. Hayden. There's nothing we can do about it.
You are completely right for the first time, Mr. Diamond. Go ahead, Albert. Move away, Uncle, and if you try anything, Mr. Diamond, then I shall have to shoot you. Move away, Uncle.
No. I think I shall stand with my friend.
Mr. Hayden, please.
I am sure they don't intend to let me live anyway.
Oh, on the contrary, Uncle. We were planning a long voyage for you. We know of a place that could use a man of your talents.
I see. I prefer to stand with my friend.
Very well. Albert.
Yeah?
Don't do it, Mr. Hayden.
After Mr. Diamond, Mr. Hayden.
Both of them?
First, Mr. Diamond, then my uncle.
Okay. It's good enough.
No, move farther down. I want my uncle to see how good his gun really is.
Okay. But the first couple of shots might be off. This thing hasn't been zeroed in yet.
Mr. Hayden, please get out of the way.
Is it all right if I smoke my pipe?
Oh, certainly.
There's nothing like a good pipe and good tobacco. Did you ever see Germany before the war, Mr. Diamond?
No.
In the spring, beautiful. I used to take long walks and smoke my pipe. I can't complain. I have some wonderful memories.
You ever see Hell's Kitchen in the middle of the summer?
No.
Stinks.
Well, Mr. Diamond?
Get it over with.
That's fine. All right, Albert.
I hope to talk with you again, Mr. Diamond. Someplace.
You're a nice guy, Gus.
Mr. Diamond.
Is he dead?
Oh, I don't know. I'm still too scared to find out.
You're scared? I didn't know whether I could hit him or not. You made a fine rifle, Mr. Hayden.
Mr. Diamond, he shot Willie. He wasn't even trying to hit you.
Oh, I think I'd better sit down.
But I don't understand.
Oh, wait until good old Albert gets back here. I think you'll find out he's more than a caretaker, bless his little heart. And good old Albert was a little more than a caretaker. His real name was Baxter, special agent for the FBI, working for the past 6 years as undercover man inside Ehrlich's organization. The last time I saw Gus, the government had accepted his rifle. He was smiling and smoking his old pipe. We talked for a long time, just like he had hoped we would.
This time of year, no woman wants to spend endless hours caring for her skin and makeup. Since you want the finest beauty care in the least time and with no nonsense about it, why not try the new Ann Delafield Cosmetics? Designed expressly for the busy modern woman, they give you the most for your cosmetic dollar and save time as well. There are no endless bottles and jars, no endless creams for different corners of your face and neck. Just one fine cream, the Ann Delafield All-Purpose Deep Cream. A day cream, cleansing cream, night cream. All creams in one. There are vitamins, too, for true beauty from within, and other lovely makeup aids tailor-made for you. Look for the fine Ann Delafield Cosmetics at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Heard in tonight's cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Ben Wright, Jack Crucian, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, and Lillian Bayef. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Remember, for new and better health aids, for bigger and more useful bargains, check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. You can know better health. You can save money.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all adventure fans. Calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
Now, the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two specially delicious quick energy cereals that are shot from guns, bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy adventure. Are you good at games, one of the best in your crowd? Or do you get left out of a lot of fun because you can't keep up with the rest of the crowd? Well, Dick Tracy wants you to be one of the best, one of those lucky boys or girls who's just as alive with trigger-fast energy as Dick Tracy is himself. And I know you want to be, too. And that's why you always hear the big guns on these thrilling Dick Tracy programs. They remind you to get the trigger-fast food energy you need from hearty, tempting breakfasts of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice every day. Those two delicious cereals really are shot from big guns, not just to make them look different and taste better than ordinary cereals, but to make them specially easy to digest, so that thousands of active boys and girls and grown-ups get lots of trigger-fast food energy every day in breakfast that tastes extra good. And remember, Mother's always glad, and so is Dad, when there's a big dish of crisp, delicious Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice for breakfast. So be sure to ask Mother to get some for all of you from the grocer. Yesterday, we heard how Junior had been taken prisoner by the Mogul and Dryden Small, members of the Society of Art Thieves. Junior communicated with Dick Tracy through the special code. Tracy and his men arrived at the scene where Junior was held captive. But another person arrived first, a man wearing a large black hat and a large black cape with which he covered his face. This unknown person freed Junior and assured him that his only desire was to help him and Tracy.
You're free to go. Now I must leave you.
Say, wait a minute, Dick. I want to thank you for what you've done. Don't go.
No, I must. The police mustn't find me here, especially Dick Tracy.
I don't understand. You've done me a good turn. Why should you be afraid of the police? And who are you?
I go as mysteriously as I came. Think of me as the unknown.
Gosh, now I wonder who he was. The unknown, he called himself. Well, anyway, he helped me. If it hadn't been for him, I'd still be tied and gagged. He must be all right. Oh, gosh, they're looking for me. I gotta get out into the street. Hey, Dick! Dick!
Junior, are you all right, boy?
Yeah, sure, I'm fine, Dick.
Thank heaven.
You got my message, didn't you?
Yes, we got your message. That's how we got here.
Well, so you found him, Dick. Hello, Pat.
Hello, Junior. Talk about being pleased to see anybody. I'm certainly pleased to see you, boy.
Tell me, how did you get away from Small and the Mogul?
Oh, they left the place for a while, and they had me tied and gagged in another room. Well, I was trying to get free, see, when the door opened up. And in comes this fella dressed in a big black cape with a black hat and a wide brim. He untied me and set me free.
What did he look like, Junior?
Well, I don't know, Dick. He kept his face concealed behind the black cape. He said he was afraid to meet the police and that he had to go as mysteriously as he came. Those are his exact words. And he also said we could call him the Unknown.
The Unknown?
Uh-huh.
Does it make sense to you, Dick?
No, not yet, I must confess.
Well, if it hadn't been for him, I wouldn't have been able to get away. Oh, and Dick, before I forget it.
Yeah?
I could overhear a little of what Small and the Mogul were talking about in the next room. And I heard the Mogul say something about number 1 being in town.
Number 1, huh?
Uh-huh.
Pat, that convinces me I'm right.
About what?
About there being someone behind the Mogul. A power at the head of the ring of art treasure thieves. Number 1 must be that power.
Well, I hope you're right. But I wouldn't know whether you were or not. This thing is getting too deep for me. What was number 1, the Mogul, Dryden Small, and now this Unknown. Dick, does it make sense to you?
Well, it's going to make sense by the time I'm through. I'm going to find out the relationship between this whole crew and their connection with the art treasure racket. There's only one thing to do, and we're going to get started on it right now.
Started doing what, Dick?
We're going to get in touch with every art dealer and every collector in town. We're going to find out where they've been buying their merchandise and from whom. It's going to mean a lot of detail work and a lot of digging. We're not going to let that discourage us. We're going to dig until we unearth the crooks and the power behind them. Hello, Pat.
Hi.
Any messages?
No, none at all. Where were you today?
Well, I've spent the day talking with art dealers and wealthy collectors. Those I could get to see, anyway.
Pick up any helpful information?
No, not yet, Pat. But I'm hoping to. It'll take a little time, of course. We'll have to examine a mass of data and go through a great many records. I had a very interesting interview with Mirzo Bredwick.
Mirzo Bredwick? With a name like that, he ought to be interesting. Who is he?
Mirzo Bredwick, Pat, is one of the world's leading recognized authorities on art. He's not only an authority on original works of art, but He possesses a remarkable knowledge of imitations that have been made and sold in the past few years. He's promised to let me have a look at his files and to offer me his full cooperation. His assistance ought to prove invaluable.
Oh, I should think it would.
Any further reports on the Mogul and Dryden Small?
No, some of the boys waited for them for several hours near the house in which they kept Junior, but they didn't show up.
It's too bad we had to rush that place. If we'd been able to make a quiet raid, we wouldn't have warned them and frightened them off.
Well, Junior's safety was all that mattered. That moment, it was more important to rescue him than it was to trap Small and the Mogul. Hey, you seem to have something on your mind, Dick.
Yes, I have. No, Pat, I can't get this unknown who freed Junior out of my mind.
Well, Junior's description of him does make him out rather a queer bird. And the things he did and the things he said don't fit somehow. I mean, on one hand, he helps Junior escape from the Mogul and Dryden Small and tells Junior that all he wants to do is to help us. And then he runs away the moment he knows the police are on the scene.
Yes, that is inconsistent, isn't it? Wanting to help the police and at the same time obviously in fear of them. The unknown seems to know us, and I have a feeling that we know him. I'm going to be rather shocked when we find out who he is.
If we find out who he is. Can you make a guess as to who he is, Dick? Too bad Junior couldn't get a look at his face.
I haven't enough information at the moment to make a very accurate guess, so I won't make any.
The unknown, number one, all this mystery. This business of hunting people whose identity you don't know. I don't like it.
I don't either, much. But then, whether we like it or not, we've got a job to do. Unless I miss my guess, it's not going to be an easy job.
Hello? Yes? Oh, it's you, McGraw. Yes, this is Small. You say number one wants to see me? Well, what's it about? It's not about that black pearl, is it? Because it wasn't my fault, you know. What? Oh, it's about something else. All right. Where do I go? I see. Number one's sending a chauffeur to pick me up. All right. He knows enough to be careful, doesn't he? The people are combing the city for us. All right. I wonder what number one wants to see me about. Number girl said it wasn't about the black pearl. What? I wonder who that could be. That chauffeur couldn't have got here that quickly. That's the knock, all right. Must be the chauffeur. No one else would know the signal. Just a moment. Coming. What?
Good evening, Dryden Small.
What?
I startled you?
Who are you?
You may call me the Unknown.
The unknown? How do you know the signal? What do you want?
I want you.
Well, I've done nothing. Nothing, I tell you.
Why do you turn so deathly white? Why do you tremble so? Is it possible that you are afraid of me?
Take that cape away from your face. Let me see who you are.
Never mind about that. You wouldn't know me anyway. I see you were preparing to go out. Excellent. We shall go out together.
Where to? Where do you want to take me?
Why be so curious, Dryden Small? We will be together, will we not? Surely my company will be a delight to you.
I don't know who you are, but you'd better get out of here. I've got a gun.
I, too, have a gun under my cape. I have had it pointed at you all the while we talked. Come. Do not hurt my feelings by refusing to accompany me. I may begin to resent it. You wouldn't want to stir up my resentment, Dryden Small, would you? Now, will you come quietly?
I'll come.
Of course you will. I knew you wouldn't want to hurt my feelings.
And that's the layout, as I see it, Pat. At the head of this huge ring of art thieves and art counterfeiters is a single controlling power. That sinister power is known to its confederates as number one. This ring, I'm convinced, is not limited to local operations. It's a gigantic, widespread international organization.
Hey, you make it sound like a man-sized job just staring us in the face. However, I'm not going to be very much help to you. I haven't got your endurance, you know, and even you aren't a man of iron. Although I'll bet many a crook has learned to think so. Hey, what do you say? Let's go home.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Come on.
Well, I'm dead. How about stopping for a cup of coffee?
Fine, wait till I get my coat. All right, everything seems to be in order. Put that light out in there, will you, Pat?
Okay.
All right, let's lock up and get going.
I thought we were through for the day. I hope this doesn't mean more trouble.
Well, trouble or not, we've got to answer it. Tracy speaking.
Hello, Mr. Tracy. I'm glad I caught you at your office.
Who is this? What can I do for you?
This is the Unknown, Mr. Tracy.
Oh. Well, I'm indebted to you, I believe, for what you did last night for my ward, Dick Tracy, Jr.
Not at all. It was
My home, but...
There's a surprise waiting for you there. That's all I can say at this time. Goodbye.
Who was that? The unknown. Come on, Pat, come on. We've got to get to the apartment as quickly as possible.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but he said it would be a surprise.
That unknown promises to be something of a surprise himself, it seems to me.
Well, here we are. We'll know in a moment. Switch on the light, Pat.
I don't see anything.
No, nothing in here. Try the bedroom. Not a thing. Can't understand this. He said... Wait a minute. What was that?
Think there's someone in that closet.
We'll soon know who or what it is.
Small. Strident Small, bound and gagged.
Yes. There's a note pinned to his coat.
What's it say?
It says, Pat, with the compliments of the unknown.
Who is the unknown? Do you know? And why does he help the police and yet run away from them? Who is number one? There are a lot of things we don't know yet. But now let's stand by for your Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, brought to you again by the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those delicious cereals that are shot from guns to give you quick energy like Dick Tracy. All right, Junior.
The meeting will now come to order, patrol members. And the first thing I want to say is this. If you haven't sent for your Dick Tracy secret ring yet, do it right away before they're all gone.
If you could see the way the letters are pouring in for those secret rings, you would be amazed.
And if you see some other boy or girl wearing a Dick Tracy secret ring and then can't get one because they're all gone, you'll be mighty sorry.
It's really a beautiful ring, too. Your friends certainly envy you when you wear it. It's plated with 14-karat gold, and the big, handsome signet with Dick Tracy's picture on it is really a secret compartment for carrying secret messages and notes.
That's where Dick kept the Pearl of Osiris.
And I'll bet that's where you keep your girl's picture, Junior.
Oh, I haven't got a girl.
Well, that's too bad, because lots of boys do have a girl, and because now you could tell her how to get one of those smart new Dick Tracy bangle bracelets.
Yes, sir. I could help her get a Dick Tracy secret ring and a Dick Tracy bracelet, too.
Well, then it's too bad you're such a confirmed bachelor, Junior. Think what some girl is missing.
Oh, I don't know. Thousands of girls and boys are getting their swell Dick Tracy secret ring or Dick Tracy bangle bracelets free.
You're right. Now, here's all you do, boys and girls. Just tear the tops off 5 packages of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice as soon as they're empty, and mail the 5 box tops to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago, for either the secret ring or the bangle bracelet. Enclose your name and address printed on a plain piece of paper, and be sure to state whether you want the Dick Tracy secret ring or the Dick Tracy bracelet or both. But be sure to send 5 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops for each one to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. Those big guns are busy making delicious, nourishing Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice for you. Eat some every day and send your box tops right away. Look for the store that displays the Dick Tracy headquarters sign. Ask Mother to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice from the grocer.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting Dick Tracy adventure Monday at this same time. That is all.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
in Battersea Park, that rather dreary winter morning, there was a rehearsal in progress. A placard read, Izzy Pound and his incredible marching sound. Izzy Pound was a one-man band. The placard was very definite. It said, rehearsal on, no visitors, keep out. Izzy Pound was trying out his instruments. They were strapped all over his person. Across the opposite side of the fairground, near to the rifle range, was a man known as Sergeant Blackie. He paused, looked across at Izzy Pound's rehearsal, and casually brought a rifle to his shoulder.
Izzy Pound! I want to talk to you, Izzy!
John Steed shouted, but his voice was lost in the cacophony of sound.
Stop!
So almost was the rifle shot. Izzy Pound stopped his tuning up and collapsed to the ground.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 2 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel try to help a very bewildered mother in a case of interrogation. The young Army Lieutenant, Roy Casper, was missing from his home. No one knew where he was or why he had left without reporting. Casper was one of the youngest and most responsible agents in military intelligence. He was known as a link man, in charge of negotiations with paid informers. Link men stayed in touch with their headquarters every day, and the very fact that Casper had not reported was a sign that all was not well. Mother had got Emma Peel to search Casper's apartment, but there was nothing to be gained from this except to notice that several things were missing. Articles of clothing and shaving stuff that indicated that Casper had gone away as though on holiday. Then, a body had been found. The body of a man called Wilson, one of Casper's informers. It looked as though Casper must have betrayed him. Mother put Steed onto another of Casper's men, Izzy Pound, the one-man band. Steed rushed across the fairground, but Izzy was lying in a heap, his instruments scattered around his body.
Izzy Pound. No, take it easy, Izzy. Take it easy. I'll soon get you out of here.
Just tuning up, trying out my instruments. Nothing wrong in that, is there?
No, of course not. Now, just relax. Did you see who shot at you?
No, there's a rifle range over there, but the guns aren't intended to kill.
Let me have a look at you.
Shot between my cymbals. A cruel fate.
You'll be all right. Now, tell me, Izzy, when did you last see Roy Casper?
Never. I never heard of him.
There's no need to cover up, Izzy. No, this is important. Wilson is dead. Killed at archery practice. There's been a leakage. All undercover agents are in danger, and the one person who's responsible must be Roy Casper. Now, tell me honestly, do you know where he is?
No. I haven't seen him for 2 days. I was to meet him.
When? Where?
This afternoon, in the bar. The Green Pheasant Auction.
Right. Now, I've got to get you away from here into a place where they can't get at you. Now, don't worry. I'll see you're all right.
But Izzy Pound shook his head slowly. He knew better. Mother was frustrated. He wheeled himself up and down in his new headquarters, picking up phones and barking into them. There had been no news for several hours, and Mother was never a patient man.
Mother?
Mother, Steed here.
At last. What have you to report?
Bad news. They got Izzy Pound.
What?
No, it's just too late. Pound and his incredible marching sound are no more. It looks to me as though they got at Casper, found out all they wanted to know, and finished him also.
Right. Get over to Casper's apartment, pick up Mrs. Peel, and report back here.
Right.
It seems that everything leads to a dead end. Or a dead man.
And in Casper's apartment, John Steed and Emma Peel were surrounded by the forensic mob.
I must say that when Mother said he'd send the forensic mob here, I thought he was speaking metaphorically. But look at them.
Yes, mob is rather appropriate. Well, what do they hope to achieve? I mean, so many of them.
They're just getting in each other's way.
I think that's all, men. Take the stuff back to the labs and let's have a full report in double quick time. Well, I got all the shots I want.
And no more fingerprints in this.
All right, break it up there. Get going. Okay, shots, let's go. We overlooked nothing, Mr. Steed.
How about the ashtray on the window ledge?
Roy Casper was, is a non-smoker. Now, what's this?
Now, this cigarette stub is a hand-rolled, custom-made mixture of Virginian Turkish tobaccos and has a preponderance of Oriental herbs.
Smoked by
a right-handed man of average build.
Safe guess. A preponderance of Oriental herbs, eh?
Well, of course, that's just the nature of a wild guess at the moment. I'll be able to confirm my findings when we get back to the laboratory. But the Oriental herbs are there. Sure of that.
What do you think, Steve?
I think Casper had the wrong kind of visitor. Thanks, Norton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Steed, Mrs. Peel. Bye for now.
Oriental?
We need more than a cigarette stub to answer that, Mrs. Peel. A lot more. And so far, we haven't the slightest clue as to Casper's whereabouts. He might be anywhere, if he's still alive.
I think we must presume that Casper is dead.
Well, it is the most logical assumption.
And yet...
Yes, Mrs. Peel?
Yet I've got a strange feeling he isn't.
Well, at least we haven't found his body.
Casper only had 2 pieces of information of any real value to the enemy.
And both of those pieces are now dead.
Precisely. So Casper has outlived his usefulness to them.
Whoever them might be.
Absolutely.
Dangerous to deal in absolutes.
What do you mean?
Well, what happened to Casper? Was he grabbed or did he go voluntarily? What happened in that apartment of his? What happened to make him pack shirts, razor, toothbrush, and disappear? I mean, if he was grabbed, this wouldn't have happened. There was no signs of a struggle, so we must assume that he went of his own accord.
And you are hoping he is going to come back of his own accord? I think that highly unlikely, Steed.
The point is, where do we go from here?
Well, Steed?
Oh, that's easy. Let me take you to luncheon, Mrs. Peel, at the Green Pheasant in Oxon. Ready?
What do you hope to find here, Steve?
Well, this was the rendezvous between Casper and Izzy Pound. They had a date here about now. Pound can't keep the appointment for obvious reasons, but maybe...
You're an optimist, I must say. Mother's right, Steve. Casper only had 2 contacts. Now they're both gone. What point could anyone have in keeping Casper alive?
I don't know. Another beer?
No, thanks. I've had enough. I've almost had enough of this case, too. If there is a case.
Oh, there is, all right. And there's something to be said for being an optimist after all. Look who's just come in. Roy Casper.
A rather bewildered Roy Casper was taken firmly by the shoulder and propelled outside before he could even order himself a drink. Steed and Mrs. Peel were in no mood for talk. Having got Casper back, they took him straight to Mother.
All right, Casper, let's go through it again.
I've told you everything a dozen times.
Nevertheless, we'd like to hear it again.
Now, you took a few days off?
Yes.
Without informing the department?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, I didn't think.
Oh, come, Casper. You've been out of training school 6 years now. You know the rules.
I didn't think.
To think is the first rule to learn.
I wasn't on any special assignment. I took a few days off, took my car and toured around.
Where? We want names and places, Casper. Where did you go?
The South Coast.
Where on the South Coast?
Everywhere. Anyway, I stayed at pubs most of the time.
Names and places.
We want to help you, Casper.
I toured around, that's all. Just toured.
What about your head? Plaster on your forehead. To knock your head on a low beam in one of those pubs? Nasty. And nasty bruises you got on your neck, too.
I fell down.
Where? Names, places?
I can't remember. You're confusing me.
On the contrary, Casper, you are confusing us.
Right. Let's go over it all again.
Just a moment, Steve. Give him a few moments to collect his senses. And perhaps you'd care for a drink, eh, Casper? Buck you up a bit, eh?
Thank you, Mother.
Fancy interrogation techniques are all very well, but personally, I think there's nothing makes a man crack faster.
Not a crashing hangover. Right, go ahead, Mother. Oh, Mrs. Peel, may I pour you a drink also?
Thank you, Steve.
Mrs. Peel, Casper trained with a chap named Minnow. Very close friends. Might be able to help us break him. Go and fetch him.
Minnow?
Charles Minnow. A sprat to catch a mackerel and a minnow to catch, well, who knows?
Leave it to me.
But by the time Mrs. Peel had traced Charles Minnow's address and driven over to his home, it was quite late. Too late, because as she rang the bell, Colonel Mannering looked at Minnow.
Expecting someone, Minnow?
No, Colonel Mannering.
You wouldn't lie to us, would you, Minnow?
I promise you I'm expecting no one.
Then get rid of whoever it is. We'll leave by the back stairs. Get your things, a suitcase, change of clothes, shaving gear, toothbrush. Then let's get going, Minnow. Now!
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I have as much freedom as a squirrel in a cage. Martha is a cold, mercenary devil. But I'll have freedom beginning tonight. I'll kill her.
Friday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of destiny. At a long table in a New York office sits a little man. He is slightly bald and thin and 45. A mild-mannered, reticent little fellow named Milton Strong. But Milton is anything but strong. For the past 25 years, he has worked in the office and now, as a bookkeeper, is earning the stupendous salary of $35 a week. Milton can't understand why no one appreciates his ability. Milton has grown a bit sour, but he's never had the nerve to ask for a raise. Today, however, is going to be different. His wife has started him out with a lecture, and Milton is going to face the boss in a manner both clear and strong.
Mr. Goulthright, I'd like to have a word with you.
A word?
Mr. Goulthright, it has long been my decision to approach you on this subject, but for various reasons, a sense of reticence has bade me be silent.
How long did it take you to memorize that, Milton?
I am 45 years old. I've worked hard and long and faithfully for this company.
That's right, Milton. I'm aware of that. You haven't missed a day in all that time. In fact, our efficiency expert is getting out a booklet, and he's using you as the feature.
I came to this firm as a lad of 20, and in all the following 25 years, I asked for very little. I did my work well.
Sure you did, Milton, and the company appreciates it.
I now draw a salary of $35 a week, and I thought that if, after all this time, 25 years, you could see your way clear to afford...
Go on, Milton.
To afford, I'm not getting any younger.
Well, Milton, strange as it seems, I've just come from a meeting of the department heads. Mr. Unger is the head of the accounting department, and now let me see. Oh, yes, here it is. Yes, here's his recommendation regarding you, Milton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Goulthright.
He recommends that you be retired at half salary as of the first of the month in consideration of your long service and loyalty to the company.
Retired? Oh, but that can't be. Retired?
Well, that's what it says here.
Yes, but I don't understand. I'm only 45. Why, no one is retired until he's at
Why,
least...
you should be tickled to death. It's like a pension.
But I came here to ask for a raise.
A raise? Well, how could that be possible when your department head suggests retirement?
Oh, I see.
Why, you should be tickled to death. I'd be, and you get 2 weeks full salary and 2 weeks vacation besides at full pay. You know, Milton, I kind of envy you.
So I'm fired.
Fired? Why, that's crazy. You've been honored.
Good night, Mr. Gould.
Good night, Milton. After Saturday, you've got nothing to worry about. Nothing.
And so poor Milton Strong walks out of the big office and starts home. All the way, his feeling of apprehension increases. His wife, Martha, what will she say? It was his wife who stirred him to the point of demanding a raise. Finally, Milton gets up nerve enough to go home. Home to certain death at the hands of Martha.
That you, Milton?
Yes, it's me, Martha.
Well, where on earth have you been? Can't you ever get it into your head that when I say dinner will be ready by 6, I mean it?
Well, things happen sometimes to delay me, Martha.
Delay you? Huh. I'd like to know what could happen to make you this late.
But you see, I took some time to talk
What
to...
do you mean by coming in this house with that mud on your shoes? Get outside and take those rubbers off.
Yes, I forgot.
Yeah, you'd forget your head if it wasn't tied on.
Yes, Martha, I'll take them off.
And what do you mean coming into the house smoking that stinking pipe? Get it outside, do you hear?
Yes, Martha, but I started to tell you.
Oh, go on out. If you insist on smoking, do it outside.
I'll put it out, Martha. I'll put it out.
The dinner's cold and you can eat it that way.
Martha, I couldn't help it. I went to talk to Mr. Goulthright about the raise.
Yeah? What happened?
Well, you see, I'm a little along in years.
Along in years? Is that what he said?
No, he didn't say it. The head of the department had made a recommendation.
For what?
Well, now, don't get excited, Martha. I went in to ask for a raise, as you said, and, well, everything had been arranged.
Well, did you get the raise?
No. I've been retired on half salary.
Retired? Retired? At your age? Are you crazy? Why did you accept? Why?
Accept? What could I do?
So, you went in to ask for a raise, and you let them throw you out right into the ash can.
Oh, what could I do? It was all arranged.
Retired at half salary, $17.50 a week. And you stood there like a nitwit and let them put that over on you.
But, Martha...
You stupid, spineless jellyfish.
What could I do?
You let them push you around for 25 years. You could have been in Goulthwright's job right now. But you're afraid to open up your mouth.
I went to his office to demand a raise, but he beat me to it.
Yeah, that's always been the trouble, Milton Strong. Somebody's always beat you to it. Spoke up first. Huh. Retired. $17.50 a week. An old man. And how are you going to manage on $17.50 a week?
Well, I suppose I can find something else.
I'd like to know what.
I'll find something, and until I do, well, your sister left you $1,500 last.
What did you say?
Nothing. That is...
If you think I'm going to touch $1 of that money while you're still able to stand on 2 feet, you're crazy.
But until I get something...
It's in the bank and it'll stay there.
Well...
And if you want to smoke that filthy pipe, get outside.
Yes, Martha. I'll go outside.
If you want anything to eat, it's on the kitchen table.
I don't want anything.
What?
I'll eat it later. After a while, Martha. I want to think.
Think. Huh. Don't wear yourself out. I'm going to bed. Good night. I said good night.
Yes. Good night, Martha. Good night.
It is long past midnight, and Milton has been sitting by the window, staring into the night. Resentment has taken hold of him, and slowly grown into hatred and revenge. Terrible thoughts surge through his brain.
Why should I tolerate such persecution? Why should I stand idly by and be pushed around by everyone? Belittled by the firm? Bulldozed by Martha? She's not a wife. She's a cold, mercenary devil. Freedom. I have as much freedom as a squirrel in a cage. Appreciation, loyalty, 25 years of it. And what do I get? But I'll have freedom. I will have it. Beginning tonight, I'll kill her. I'll go far away. No one will ever know what has become of me.
Trembling in anticipation, Milton goes into the small kitchen, opens a drawer, and steps softly to Martha's room. Opens her door and stands listening to her easy breathing. Then Milton leaves the house and wanders about the streets till dawn. Then, at 10 in the morning, he steps into the bank.
Good morning, Mr. Strong.
Oh, I'd like to cash this check, please.
I see. Purchasing some property, Mr. Strong?
Yes.
Well, just a second. Oh, very well. How do you want it?
Oh, but it doesn't matter. Perhaps the small bills would be best.
Oh, yes, of course. This is 3, 4, 13. Ah, there you are.
Thank you. Good morning.
Several days later, Milton Strong gets off a train in a western state, takes a small bus for a little mining town 50 miles away. Here, in this vast desert country, he will begin a new life, a life of freedom. He will change his name, change his destiny. Milton Strong has ceased to exist. A new man is born. The little bus bounces into Oroville, and 2 hours later, he is chatting with a prospector in the Gold Plate bar.
Well, I'll tell you, partner, I've been here a couple of years and I haven't struck much yet. Oh, I found a little pay dirt, enough to get along.
There's supposed to be quite a lot of gold here, isn't there?
Oh, sure, it's here. It's all over. Sometimes you strike in a day or so, and then sometimes you work for years. And if a man ain't got capital of his own, well, somebody's got to grub stake him. But it's here.
Yes. In other words, it's a matter of being optimistic.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. Well, I think I'd like to try it. Of course, I don't know anything about mining. But...
Oh, you don't have to know in this country. It's easy. Anybody can tell gold when he sees it. Where are you from?
Los Angeles. I had to come here. The doctor said I should get away from the ocean air.
You don't look sick.
Well, I was fortunate to have a checkup in time. I'd like to find a place and try my hand at it.
You mean buy a place?
Yes.
Well, I got a nice place, 3-room cabin, good water. There's ore there, if you got the patience.
You mean you want to quit?
Well, no, I don't want to. But I'm out of funds. I owe everybody in town, so I ain't got a choice. And the fellow who gets it will probably be the one to hit dirt in a week.
Is it far from town?
About 25 miles. Kind of lonely for a fellow alone.
Mm-hmm. But could I see the place?
Sure. I ain't been up there for a week. Been staying here in town while my wife went to Sacramento to try to raise a little money from her uncle. She just got back this morning. She's doing a little shopping now.
Did she raise any money?
No, just enough to eat on for a few weeks. But we decided to pull out. Besides, I hurt my arm last week.
Oh, but I'd like to look the place over.
Well, here I am. Believe me, I'm ready to go. I'm dead tired.
Oh, Kate, this is a gentleman who wants to look the claim over. Thought we might take him with us now.
Oh? Well, sure, why not?
This is my wife, Kate Rogers.
Oh, yeah, how do you do?
Stranger here?
That's right.
Well, then let's be on our way. I'm sure you'll like the place.
The car's just around the corner. Do you want to get your bags?
They're up by the door. I haven't been to a hotel yet.
That's good. We'll be to the place in about an hour.
Well, this This is it, friend.
But it looks fine from here.
Then have a look inside. And tomorrow my husband can take you over the claim. There are 3 rooms. Living room, bedroom, kitchen. All fairly good size.
Well, that should certainly be enough for one man.
You're not married?
No, I'm alone.
Just a minute, I'll light the lamp. No electricity up here. Nothing else modern, for that matter.
Oh, I understand. Yes, it's very nice. I like it.
Plenty of good water for drinking and sluicing. The air's wonderful. That should interest you.
Air? Something wrong with you, stranger?
Yes, well, just a little touch of lung trouble. Oh, by the way, Mr. Rogers, how did you injure your arm? I notice it's in a sling.
Oh, it was my own darn fault. Kate warned me about digging on that ledge. I fell off and, well, I didn't break it, but the cuts just don't seem to heal up.
Oh, I see.
Now, to get back to the property, I'm pretty sure there's ore on it. Rich ore. And there's plenty of game around here.
Come on, take a look at the bedroom and the kitchen.
This is the bedroom.
Steve! Steve!
Oh, what's the matter, Kate?
Look, Steve! Look!
Yeah? Oh, steady, Kate. Take it easy.
But who is he?
I don't know. But he's dead, whoever he is.
Dead?
He's been shot. Oh. No blood around here that I can see. Must have been shot someplace else and made his way to our place.
But who is he?
I don't know. Never seen him before. According to his clothes, I'd say he was from out of town. Man from some city, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he must be.
About 45 or 50, I'd say.
Steve, we better go back to town and get the sheriff.
Yeah, I guess so. Somebody should stay here. You'll have to drive me in, Kate, unless you can drive, mister.
Oh, no. I never drove a car in my life.
You mind staying here?
No, I'll stay.
Then come on, Steve, let's go.
For 20 minutes after the departure of the prospector and his wife, Milton stares at the body of the dead man. Then, slowly, the realization comes upon him. The man is about his own age, his own size, from the city. And most amazing thing of all, he looks like Milton. A stranger, no one knows his name. But no one knows Milton's name. He hadn't mentioned his name once. Suddenly, he steps to the body and goes through the pockets. He finds identification. Harry Jacobs. Then, in another pocket, he finds...
Good Lord. Money, bills. Why, there must be... 1, 2, 3, 4... Why, there's $20,000 here. $20,000. And no one knows who he is.
Quickly, Milton reaches a decision. He exchanges papers with the corpse of Harry Jacobs, replaces some of the money in Harry Jacobs' pockets, and keeps some for himself. Then, 2 hours later, the Rogers return with the sheriff.
Know who he is, Sheriff?
Nope. Never saw him before. I'd say he was shot about 10 or 12 hours ago.
How long do you think he's been dead?
Maybe 6 hours.
Well, from all appearances, he wasn't shot here. We ain't been here for a week, you know.
Yeah, well, let's see if he's got any identification on him.
I'd say he was from out of town, from the city.
Who are you?
Oh, this gentleman is our guest. He's looking the place over with the idea of buying it.
I see. Well, here we are. This man's name is Milton Strong, New York City. Now, wait a minute. Look at this. A package of banknotes. Money wrapped in bands. Hey, read the printing on those bands.
First State Bank of Oroville.
Well, what do you know? This must be the fellow that robbed the bank in town this afternoon.
What? Robbed the bank?
Sure, ain't you heard? Killed the cashier and got away with $20,000. Vice president shot at him, but he got away. Well, there's probably somebody with him, but we don't know for sure.
How much they get from the bank?
$20,000.
How much is there?
Well, let's see. Hey, there's only $10,000 here. Now, what do you make of that? So far as we know, there was only one bandit. Now, where do you suppose the other 10,000 disappeared to? Well, maybe he had a cohort after all. Milton Strong, eh? Well, we'll just get back to town and notify the authorities in New York.
The authorities? What about his family?
The police in New York will take care of that. Well, that's that. I'll return the money. You can bury him, Rogers.
Bury him? Here?
Well, certainly. What else could we do? There's no undertaker in Oroville. Body wouldn't keep any time in this heat. Well, thanks, Rogers. I'll be getting back to town.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Yeah, what did you say your name was, stranger?
Oh, it's Jacobs. Harry Jacobs.
I see. Well, so long, folks.
morning, Milton Strong, the bank bandit, is buried in the sand at the edge of the claim. Yes, Milton Strong is no more. He is now known as Harry Jacobs. In the afternoon, Rogers shows him over the property and explains its potentialities. He still hasn't decided, and after dinner leaves the cabin again.
Where's he gone now, Steve?
Oh, he's wandering around by himself, trying to make up his mind if he wants the place.
Sure is strange acting, galoot.
I'm just a bit suspicious of him, Kate. He said he came from Los Angeles. But how do we know?
Yeah, that's right. How do we know?
I don't think he's here for his health. And I don't think he's a darn bit interested in prospecting.
Steve, what do you think? Tell me.
Well, I went all over the property again.
Yeah? Well, you wear yourself out hiking around like that.
Mr. Rogers, I've made up my mind. I'll take the place.
Yeah? Well, now I'll tell you. Kate and I have been talking things over, and, well, it'd take a good deal to buy the place and finance the workings properly.
But I've got plenty of cash, and I want the place to myself.
Yeah? You got the money with you or in a bank?
Yes, I have some with me. Enough, I'm sure, to handle the deal.
You say you came from Los Angeles?
Yes.
You're a funny-acting fella, Jacobs. A little too quiet for my likes. Don't talk much. Just what happened in Los Angeles?
Oh, what do you mean?
You said you came here for your health. If it's lung trouble, as you said, then why don't you cough any?
Oh, well, you see, it's...
You got any identification on you, Jacobs?
Oh, yes, of course.
Like to see it, if you don't mind.
Yes. There you are.
Harry Jacobs. New York City. New York, eh? But you said Los Angeles.
Well, I came from New York to Los Angeles. I wasn't in California very long.
And you got plenty of cash with you?
Oh, yes, enough. How much do you want?
Oh, 3,000 will do it.
Well, 3? Well, that seems like a large price for this place.
You want it, don't you, Jacobs? Real bad?
Oh, yes. I'd like to have it.
All right. You and me'll drive into town in the morning and have the lawyer drop the papers.
Yes, all right. Yes. Well, I think I'll go to bed now. It's a bit late. So, good night.
What do you think, Steve?
He's got the cash with him.
This place ain't worth 3,000.
I know. But if he's got that much, then he's got a lot more.
Shall we... Well, I could slip into...
No. Just leave everything to me.
But Milton doesn't sleep well. The strange attitude of Rogers and his wife makes him uneasy. Next morning, he is up at 8 and finds Kate Rogers in the kitchen.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Rogers.
Morning.
Where's Mr. Rogers?
Why, he drove into town to get the lawyer. He didn't want to disturb you so early.
What?
He's going to have the papers made out and bring them back with him.
Oh, I thought he couldn't drive.
Well, his arm's so much better, he figured he'd be all right.
Mm-hmm. How soon will he be back?
Should have been here half hour ago. It's 9 o'clock. Oh, there he is now. How about some breakfast?
Oh, yes.
Oh, so you up, are you, Jacobs?
Yes. Did you get the papers arranged?
We don't have to sign any papers, Jacobs. I won't be selling the place.
Why not?
I don't have to. I'll have all the money I need in a few days.
But you said that you...
I haven't been to any lawyers. I've been to the sheriff's office. Sent a wire to New York. And I got an answer.
What? A wire? Well, what about it?
Put up your hands, Jacobs. Put them up. You may be a mild-looking little guy, but I'm taking no chances with a killer.
What did you say?
You're wanted by the New York police for banditry and murder.
Oh, no, but it's a mistake.
Here's the telegram. Your description. Read it.
Yes, well, Harry Jacobs, 45, 5 feet 6, as per your description. Wanted for robbery and murder of bank messenger. $10,000 reward. Dead or alive.
$10,000 reward. Get that?
No, it's all a mistake. You don't understand.
I understand, all right. You and your partner came out here to hide out. Probably robbed a half dozen banks on the way.
Partner? What partner?
The fellow we buried the other day. That Milton Strong. The sheriff said there must have been 2 bandits, and there was only 10,000 on him. What become of the other 10,000?
I tell you, I had nothing to do with the holdup.
You carry too much cash on you, Jacobs. If you got 3,000, you must have more. You were too anxious to get this place, and it ain't worth more than 1,000.
Yes, but you're wrong, Rogers.
You're going back to town with me, Jacobs. I'm collecting that 10,000 reward.
No, please, no. Don't take me back. I can't go back to New York. I can't.
I can imagine that. They'll fry you.
You've got to listen to me. You've just got to...
Search his stuff, Kate. He's got the money someplace.
No, wait. I've got the money. And here it is. The money from the bank. There.
Steve, that's it. The same bank wrappers. And yeah, it's 10,000. No, there's more. Another 1,000.
The 10,000 with the wrappers belongs to the bank. The rest is mine.
That's all we need to know, Jacobs. Come on. And I hope the sheriff don't spill this before you're locked up. The town would tear you to pieces.
No, look. Just listen to me. I swear I never saw that dead man in my life. I did come here to get away from embarrassing circumstances. I wanted to lose myself. After you went for the sheriff, I searched the man's pockets. I found his identification. And because he resembled me, I switched his papers with mine. And then I found the money. I decided to keep some of it. I am Milton Strong, and the dead man was Harry Jacobs.
What a story. Who'd believe that?
Don't send me back to New York. There's no reward for me. The truth would come out, and you wouldn't get a dime. Now, here, you keep this money I took from the robber, and let me go. No one will ever know the difference.
Oh, no. I'm not that dumb. I'll turn you and the money in and collect the reward. I'd rather get it legally. Come on, Jacobs, before the town gets wise.
Milton is handed over to the sheriff and locked up in the flimsy jail. They have wired New York, and a detective with extradition papers is flying west. But unfortunately, the word has gotten around town that the jail holds the murderer of the bank cashier. A crowd of men, silent men, has gathered in the front of the jail.
I don't know what we're going to do about this, Rogers. Are you sure you didn't say anything about it?
I didn't say a word. I don't know how they found out about it, but maybe some of your deputies talked.
I warned them not to say a word. I don't mind crowds that shout and yell. But I'm afraid of the crowd that just stands and says nothing.
They're sure on the warpath.
Yeah. That detective from New York should have been here an hour ago. I sent a car to meet the plane.
Maybe the plane was late.
Yeah. Well, if the crowd starts anything, somebody's going to get hurt. Hey, you fellas better get your shotguns ready. They might break out any minute.
All right, Ray, don't worry about that.
Well, Jacobs, got anything more to say?
But I've told you that I'm Milton Strong. I had nothing to do with the bank holdup.
Well, that crowd looks surly, so I guess I better put you back in the cell.
Wait a minute. Here comes your car, Sheriff.
It's about time. Go out and tell Jake, the driver, to stay around the back of the jail and stay in the car. Don't let that crowd know what he's doing.
Right, Sheriff. I get you. You Sheriff Talbot?
That's right, and I'm mighty glad to see you.
Number 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Now, let's get down to business. The crowd outside's going to get impatient pretty soon.
Crowd? What do they want?
Yeah, what they call justice. This fella here held up the bank and killed the cashier. But I wanted to be sure he was Harry Jacobs. He had identification on him, but he claims he's Milton Strong.
Milton Strong?
Yeah. But we buried Milton Strong several days ago. We found part of the bank money on his body.
Milton Strong?
Yeah. But if he's really Harry Jacobs, I'd prefer you get him out of here and deal with him in New York. I had one lynch in here, and I don't want another.
But he isn't Harry Jacobs. I knew Harry personally. He ain't Harry Jacobs.
No. But he is Milton Strong. Harry Jacobs was a professional holdup, but not Milton Strong.
Then we really buried Harry Jacobs.
What do you mean?
I took this fellow to my claim with the idea of selling it to him.
Yeah.
We found a dead man in my cabin. I came after the sheriff, and this fellow claimed that while we were gone, he exchanged papers with the dead man.
Well, from all appearances, that's just what he did.
Yeah, but why should he do that?
Well, Milton Strong is wanted in New York, too.
I'm wanted in New York? What for?
As if you didn't know.
Well, what's he done? What's he wanted for?
Hey, that crowd is starting. Get him out of here. Hurry. Out the back way. The car's waiting.
Let's go, Milton.
You can catch 11:30 train. I'll stall them off as long as I can.
All the way back to New York, Lieutenant Clark will not talk. They ride across the country in utter silence. And 3 days later, Milton sits in the office of Inspector Burns of the New York Police.
Milton, on the morning of July 20th, did you cash a check at a bank at 21st and Lexington?
Yes, I did.
A check made out to you by your wife?
Yes.
Are you sure your wife wrote that check?
Well, yes, she did.
Why did you leave town the same day?
Well, I went on a vacation.
Why didn't your wife go with you? Why?
Because I wanted to be alone. That is...
You might as well tell the truth, Milton. You haven't a chance to get out of it.
But No, I didn't. I didn't.
Sorry, Milton, but we have proof. We have a witness.
A witness?
Yes. Bring in the witness, Lieutenant.
Come in, please.
Where have you been, Milton?
Martha!
Why didn't you let me know where you were?
Oh, now, please, Martha. Let's don't talk about it here.
What were you doing in Arizona?
I was just taking a little vacation. I was going to write you. I tried to buy a cabin in the mountains. For you. And me, Martha. For us.
What? Don't you dare light that pipe.
No. No, Martha. I've quit smoking. I wasn't even conscious of what I was doing.
And what are you doing without your rubbers? You know it's raining.
Well, I took them off outside, Martha.
Come on, Milton. Let's go home. I have a few things to talk over with you.
Yes, darling.
Well, come on. Get up out of that chair.
Yes, darling.
Just a minute. What about this charge, this check forgery?
Forgery? Oh. I wrote that check. I remember the whole thing now.
Then what about the charge of wife desertion?
He's come back, hasn't he?
But we brought him back.
Well, I wrote the check so he could make a down payment on a house. But like the child he is, he wanted to take a trip and hunt gold. He's always been an adventuresome soul. Well, go on, Milton. Get along. And if you dare light that dirty pipe, I'll shake your head off. Go on.
Yes, darling. Well, good day, gentlemen.
Well, it just goes to show you that no man can escape his destiny. No man can change fate. And when he attempts to do so, he only conjures up far worse conditions for himself. Poor Milton Strong ran away from things and ended up at the starting point, back with Martha. But he's happy now. Martha's nagging is now sweet music to his ears, because Martha really loves him. Out west, they almost lynched him, nearly took his freedom away. But Martha saved him. She lied for him. Yes, Milton did forge that check. He was even going to kill Martha. But he got cold feet the moment he walked into her room. But Milton will be a good boy now. In his search for so-called freedom, he came close to the jaws of death. Lucky Milton.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual story. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Don't blame the weatherman when a sudden unexpected freeze catches you unprepared, your home insufficiently heated. Guard against that happening. Fill your coal bin right now with blue coal, the quality home fuel of low cost. With your bin filled with blue coal, you're prepared for any kind of weather. Order a supply of blue coal right away and get a whole bin full when you order, so there won't be any chance of being caught by a possible shortage. Today there is a plentiful supply, but who can say what changes the future may bring? Put in your winter supply of blue coal right now and be safe. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The organ played at midnight.
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. Have you ever watched a knife in the hands of a skillful surgeon? And did you shiver a little, then turn your eyes away? Yes, so did I. I remember exactly when it happened to me. I was watching the knife in the hands of Dr. Alexander Gibson. Gibson was a surgeon of the highest caliber. Even Professor Dana Williams spoke of him as one of the 3 most capable men he had ever had the honor to teach, thus ranking him with his colleagues, Dr. McGill and Dr. Nelson. How strange the thought of violence should have occurred to me. Stranger still, considering that it was the very next night Gibson burst into McGill's study. Heated words passed between the two, and then...
This case was to have been the most startling in my surgical career, Dr. McGill.
You forget that the patient asked to have me in attendance, Gibson.
I never agreed to a consultation.
I presumed on our friendship
You presumed on our friendship for the last time, McGill.
That's the way you want it, eh?
Yes, that's the way I want it.
Then you'll get the truth. You were bungling the case like a schoolboy. Old Williams would have fired you out of class for the job you were doing.
Oh, so I'm to gather that you saved the situation.
Exactly.
So the credit is yours, eh? Belongs to you.
Every bit of it. Well, doesn't it, Gibson? Well, can't you speak?
I haven't anything else to say.
Oh, you agree with me then?
Good night, McGill.
I've tried to be reasonable with you.
I said good night.
All right. Good night, then. But remember, we're not parting as friends, Gibson.
And we're not parting forever either, Dr. McGill.
Well, I'll have something to say about this at the medical board. Oh, no, I shouldn't let myself go like that. Nerves don't stand it well, not at all. Sedative is what I need. Yeah, what's that? Oh, the shade. Jumpy, unsettled. If I were my own patient, I'd... Oh, someone at the door. Well, who's there? Well, who is it? Can't you hear me? Well, didn't you... Oh, you. Oh, I thought that you were... You have a knife there. Did you know you had a knife in your hand? Oh, it's some kind of a joke, isn't it? You're playing a joke on me, aren't you? Aren't you? Answer me. Answer me. Well, what are you going to do? No, don't come any closer. Oh, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Oh, you fool. You're cutting my arm.
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. Now a tool. Now a weapon. But its point goes deep, and a knife is always thirsty. And after the shrieking thrust in the dark, there is silence and a shroud, and the black drapery of the march of death hangs heavy in the startled air.
Lamont, I want to get away from the sound of it.
Of what, Professor Williams?
The funeral march. It depresses me.
You can understand what a shock Dr. McGill's death has been to you, Professor Williams.
A deep shock, Miss Lane. I won't forget it soon.
Is there anything we can do, sir?
Thank you, Cranston. Thank you. You always were one of the kinder fellows. You were never too interested in my classes, I'm afraid, but you were always a good chap. So was poor McGill, a fine, bright boy.
Yes, Professor.
But that anyone could kill him and not be content with that. Go to the horrible extreme of amputating his right arm. I can't bear to think of it.
Perhaps we'd better not, sir.
Yes, you're right. After all, my life goes on. There'll be new men for me to teach. I'm glad of that. And I'm glad to have you beside me today, Cranston.
Thank you, Professor.
It would be good, too, to have Gibson and Nelson with us. They're all that's left of McGill's famous triumvirate.
Well, I'm sure they're here, sir. We must have missed them.
Gibson isn't, I know. He called me. Couldn't come, he said. Oh, but see here, I've been rather gloomy company, I'm afraid. How would the two of you like to take the 5 o'clock train back to the college with me?
Oh, nice of you, Professor.
The homecoming football game is being played this afternoon.
And if victory is ours, we should be just in time for the bonfire celebration.
We'd like to very much, but it's rather a long trip, and, we hadn't planned on it, Professor Williams.
If we'd known.
I only thought that we should be together on a day like this.
Professor Williams! What was that?
Someone called my name.
Professor
Williams! Oh, it's Dr. Nelson. Good morning, my boy. You know Mr. Cranston.
Professor Williams, I think I deserve an explanation.
What's that, Nelson?
I don't understand this wire you sent me, sir.
The wire I sent you? I haven't had any reason to wire you, Nelson.
One never has a reason for such a thing as this. Listen to what it says. Take a good look at Dr. McGill and his coffin, Nelson, for you'll be the next to be wept for.
What?
Signed, John Smith.
You don't know a John Smith, of course.
Of course not.
But you thought I had sent that, Nelson? Why?
The postmark. It was sent from the college telegraph office.
It was? What time?
8:45 this morning.
I've been in the city since 7.
Well, of course, sir. Someone else sent this little love note, and they didn't mean it for a joke.
Well, what do you think, Lamont?
I think that if Professor Williams' invitation to go back to the college with him is still open, the three of us would be very wise to take it. Well, here we are, sir. From the looks of things, victory was ours.
I'll take care of the cat.
Professor Williams.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Who won the game?
We did, sir.
We're building a swell bonfire, sir.
You should have been at the game, Professor. You'd have enjoyed it.
I would have very much, Tompkins. But there was something I had to do which I didn't enjoy at all. I want to congratulate you men. I want you to know that I'm proud of you.
Things haven't changed much, have they, Nelson?
They haven't changed at all, Cranston. He's still the idol of every boy here.
Shall we go inside now? I think Anna, my housekeeper, will have a cup of tea for us. Goodbye, gentlemen, and let the flames leap high for the conquering hero. There isn't much for you younger folk to do in a little college town like this, but I am going to perform quite an interesting post-mortem examination for my anatomy class tomorrow, and I thought perhaps you'd like to be in the amphitheater.
Well,
yes, Professor,
but
of course.
On second thought, I realize that Miss Lane and you might not find it altogether to your taste.
Why, Margot and I would like very much to come, wouldn't we, Margot?
Why, yes, I'd love to.
Well, how about you, Dr. Nelson?
Aye? Why, Cranston, the day will never come when I won't be able to learn something from Dana Williams.
Thank you, Nelson. You're welcome to my home.
Thank you, Professor.
Anna!
Oh, you're back, Professor.
Yes, Anna. What about a pot of tea and some biscuits?
Oh, yes, sir. Ready in a jiffy, sir. Oh.
What is it, Anna?
Well, I was just wondering what it was you wanted done with it, sir. Was it left out to be sharpened?
What is that, Anna?
Your knife, Professor.
My knife? Why, all of my knives are in my kit in the laboratory.
But when I come in to clean up just after you left, there it was shining up at me plain as day.
Where is it, Anna?
Right in the study on top of the desk, sir.
Professor Williams, do you mind if I have a look at it?
Why, no, of course not. Come along, Nelson.
Right.
I don't understand it. Anna's right. There it is, just as she said.
May I see it, sir?
Of course, Cranston.
Oh. Professor Williams.
Yes, my boy.
Look here, on the back of the blade.
Initials.
Why, they're A.G.
A.G.? Why, Nelson, that's...
Alexander Gibson?
Oh, no. Miss Lane, would you answer that for me, please?
Yes, of course, Professor. Hello? Oh, yes, he's here. It's for you, Dr. Nelson.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Yes? What? How long? I see. Thank you very much. Professor Williams.
Yes, Nelson.
That was my office in town. They've been phoning all day about Gibson. He's been missing, it seems, ever since the night poor McGill was murdered.
Well, gentlemen, looks like the bonfire's begun.
Gee, this amphitheater's cold.
Yeah, sure is.
I wanted to sleep this morning anyhow.
If you miss his postmortems, old Williams will never forget it.
Not losing your nerves, are you, Margot?
Well, not yet. I can't say that the sheeted form there on the table is helping me very much, though.
After all, it's just an examination, Margot. If you keep remembering that it's all in the interest of science, you won't get uneasy.
Mm-hmm. Wonder where Dr. Nelson could be.
Well, he must have overslept, I guess.
I thought doctors had to be punctual.
Old Williams will be punctual. See?
Here he comes.
What did I tell you?
Gentlemen, good morning.
Precisely according to schedule.
The subject for our post-mortem this morning is the cadaver of a man of middle age in an excellent state of preservation. Jennings, will you remove the sheet?
Yes, Professor Williams.
It will form a most satisfactory subject for our investigations. Jennings, I'd like the sheet removed from the entire body, not just the head.
Oh.
Jennings!
Oh, Professor Williams.
What are you staring at, man?
What's the matter with Oh, Professor Williams.
What is it, Jennings? What is it?
Margot, what's happening down there?
I can't quite see. Jennings has the sheet halfway down, but he's leaning over the table.
Jennings, what's happened to you?
Williams is pulling him away. Margot, look! On the table.
Oh,
Lamont, it's...
Dr. Nelson! Nelson, my boy!
In a moment, we'll bring you Act Two of The Organ Played at Midnight. Meanwhile, here's an idea that has no mystery to it at all. Order a supply of blue coal, and you'll enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout your home, no matter what fiendish tricks the cruel winter weather plays. Let the icy winds whistle and blow all they like. You'll be warm and snug and at your ease when you heat with blue coal. Yes, sir, at your ease is just right, because blue coal takes the effort right out of home heating. You see, blue coal is delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Then, on top of that, the new automatic blue coal heat regulator saves you all those damper adjusting trips. Just naturally cuts them right out. Because, you see, it automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room constantly at an even temperature. You'll agree when you see how it works that every home should have one. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood blue coal dealer right away. Tell him you want him to come out to the house and talk over your heating situation. You'll find him courteous, up to the minute, well informed. A world of improvement over the ordinary old-fashioned type of dealer. Your blue coal dealer is a heating expert and a businessman. He's listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow.
Oh, Cranston. Miss Lane, where are we?
It's all right, Professor. You're at home. You've been delirious.
Oh, yes, I remember now. I see it all. Oh, Cranston.
Yes, Doctor.
Is it possible for you to conceive the monster who could murder both McGill and Nelson in the space of a few days?
Margot, will you get that, please? There's an extension in the next room.
Yes, Lamont.
Well, Professor, was it necessarily the work of the same man?
Lamont, with my last consciousness before I fainted, I realized that Dr. Nelson's body had the right forearm off the elbow, just as it was with poor McGill.
You're quite right, Professor. Obviously, the same hand held the knife.
We must stop that hand, Cranston. We must stop it.
Easy now, sir. You must try to relax.
What can we do, Lamont?
Well, tell me, Professor, who exactly had access to the room where the cadavers are kept?
Who? Why, only myself. That is, except for old Jennings.
Professor Williams. Old Jennings has disappeared.
Oh, no.
He's nowhere to be found.
Oh, now, he had nothing to do with it. Jennings has been with me for 20 years. Besides, I examined the body carefully in the morgue before I had him wheel it up to the amphitheater.
And it wasn't the body of Dr. Nelson?
Oh, no, I'm sure of that. Absolutely sure.
Then it means that the murderer substituted the body of Dr. Nelson somewhere between the morgue and the amphitheater.
Lamont, that phone call.
Oh, what was it, Margot?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. It was a strange voice. A voice I'd never heard before. And it sounded muffled, far away. I said, hello, and whoever it was said that... Oh, it doesn't make sense.
Miss Lane, what did they say?
Well, they said, if the organ plays tonight at midnight, the lost will be found.
Nothing more than that?
No. They must have hung up or been cut off, that was all.
What could they mean? If the organ plays at...
Go on, Professor.
What was that?
That noise. I heard it, too.
There's something banging outside the window.
Oh, only a loose blind.
There are no blinds on those windows.
No?
Lamont, my boy, be careful.
Yeah, there it is again.
Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
Don't excite yourself, Professor Williams.
Margot, don't look out here.
What is it, Lamont?
Professor Williams.
Yes, Cranston.
It's
Cranston, tell me.
a human forearm.
Human? Oh, no.
What earthly reason could there be for such a
Now,
horrible...
wait a minute. There's a note tied to the index finger. Rather a garish way to post a letter, but I think it's the reason for this ghastly tableau.
A note? What does it say?
Just a moment. It says the gates of death will open for you in an hour.
The gates of death?
And that's what's written here.
It's meant for me.
Oh, what was that?
It's Anna. She's downstairs in her room. Something's happened.
Easy now, Professor. I'll tend to it. All right, Anna, I'm coming. Anna! This is Mr. Cranston. Let me in.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, I saw him.
You saw who, Anna? Who did you see?
Him, what done the murders.
Who?
Gibson. I just raised my window and I looked out and there he was coming across the lawn.
There's no one out here now.
Oh, he must have run when I screamed. Do you know what, Mr. Cranston? I thought I saw him the day after poor Dr. McGill was murdered.
Where?
Standing there just as plain as day, and I said to myself, I'll bet he's up to no good.
Anna, this is very important. Now tell me, where did you see him?
In front of the gates of death.
What did you say?
I said I saw him in front of the gates of death. He was
the
standing...
gates of death?
Oh, that's new since you've been here, isn't it? Well, that's what some of the students started calling that big pair of iron gates at the back of the morgue. The ones they bring the corpses through. You see, I was on my way to do some
I'm sorry,
shopping.
Anna. I'll talk to you later. Margot!
Yes, Lamont. What is it?
The light is breaking, Margot. Come on, my girl. We've got work to do. What time was the note delivered, Margot?
It was just 10:30, Lamont.
11:25. I think we're just on time.
On time for what?
To see the gates of death open.
Lamont, are you out of your head?
Here, duck down behind the wall here. You see those huge gates at the rear of the morgue building?
Yes.
The students call them the gates of death.
The gates of... Why, then that's what the note meant. It said they would open in...
Look, they are opening now, Margot.
There's someone standing there. Why, it's...
Old Jennings. That's where he's been hiding.
Listen. He's signaling to somebody.
Now someone should turn up.
I hear somebody walking.
There he is. Coming down the path. He's going to the gates.
Who is it?
I can't quite see, Margot. But this I do know. Jennings and his friend are going to receive a visit from the shadow.
You follow me, and we'll go inside together. I sent you the note. I had to. They think I done it. I know they does.
Why shouldn't they think you did it, Jennings?
Hey, what's that? Oh. Why, you're not.
I'm Dr. Gibson, Jennings.
Oh, I thought you...
I've come to look at Dr. Nelson's body.
Oh, no, you ain't allowed
I
to.
warn you, Jennings, there's enough on my head. Now, don't interfere with me.
All right. Don't hurt me. I won't do nothing.
Where's the body?
Right in through the door there.
Then come along.
Oh, you go first.
All right, I'll go first, but I warn you, if you try any...
Oh! You want me to tell. You want to know all about what happened. But I ain't going to tell. Not ever. What's that?
Jennings, what have you to hide?
Oh, who's that? Who's there? I don't see nobody.
I am the shadow, Jennings. I've cast a hypnotic spell over your brain so that you cannot see me. But I'm here, Jennings. Tell me, what have you to hide?
Oh, I can't tell you. They'd put me in prison if anybody found out. He told me they would.
Who, Jennings?
Professor Williams.
Williams? Jennings, tell me what happened. Tell me.
Oh, I didn't mean no harm. You see, I put an explosive in one of his test tubes by mistake.
Explosive?
Yes. And the next thing I knew, there was a loud noise, and he screamed, and there he stood with his arm hanging loose. That was 20 years ago, and he'd have been a great doctor all this time if I hadn't done what I did.
Why did you send that note tonight, Jennings?
Because he promised to help me if I did as he always said, and I always have, I have. Oh, now what am I going to do? He hurts him every time he looks at the students, and sometimes he used to whisper to me, they all have 2 arms.
Tell me this one thing more. Which arm was it, Jennings?
His right arm. His right forearm. It looks all right, but it's dead from the wrist to the elbow.
Jennings, take care of Gibson until he regains consciousness. Then let him go. And remember, the shadow is watching you. And that's the answer to the note. Old Jennings.
But, Lamont, there's still...
What?
That phone call. If the organ plays at midnight, the lost will be found. Remember?
Of course I do. That's why I've walked you over to the chapel.
The chapel?
Unless I'm mistaken, the organ they meant is the big pipe organ in the loft of the chapel here. And if it plays at
midnight.
Hurry, Margot. We don't want to be late for the concert.
I'm coming.
Look. The chapel door. It's open.
There's someone here.
See? A light. It's coming from the organ loft. Margot, I think we've come to the end of the trail. There it is.
The funeral march we heard at the church yesterday.
The one old Williams said depressed him so. I'm going up there, Margot. The killer hasn't quite finished his work, I'm afraid.
The organ. It stopped.
I think trouble's coming.
Lamont, I think it's arrived.
It has, Margot. You wait here. There's work to be done up there in that loft, and only the shadow can do it.
Let me go. I know you killed Nelson and McGill. You stole my knife out of my office to pin your crimes on me. But you won't get away with it.
Won't I, Gibson? Who's going to stop me?
I will. I telephoned you about the organ because I knew you'd fall in the trap. I knew you'd come to kill me, too, to get rid of the last of us to feed your insane lust.
Right again, Gibson. I'm going to kill you. Why should you little men live while I, the genius of my time, rot here, crippled and deformed? I've had only my left arm these 20 years, but it's strong now, and I've used it well. It's too strong for you to stop the knife, Gibson.
Oh, I can't stop it, please. Please don't.
Gibson, the point is on your throat. And
Drop that knife, Professor Williams.
Who's there? Who's there, I say?
I am the shadow. I am invisible to you, but I have come to put an end to your killings, Williams.
Oh, no. No, you haven't. Not until I've finished with Gibson. Not yet. Help! Help!
I warned you, Williams.
My arm. Something's holding it. Let go! Let go!
Drop that knife. And now, Williams, we'll see what a court of justice has to say about your crimes.
Court of justice? No court would convict me. I've had a right to do what I've done. I lost my arm, didn't I? An eye for an eye, an arm for an arm. You see? That's justice, Shadow. And no court would find me guilty.
Dana Williams, this jury has found you guilty of murder in the 1st degree. And I, by virtue of the authority vested in me, sentence you to be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul.
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. The treacherous implement that turns to a weapon in the hands of murder. When it's a thing of good and when it's a thing of evil, none can say. But this we know. A knife is sharp. Its point goes deep. And a knife is always thirsty.
In a moment, we'll bring you this week's real-life episode proving that crime does not pay. First, I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, I've been receiving quite a few letters lately that indicate some of you are making the operation of your furnace a much harder job than it should be. Harder, did I say? Well, I should say hard, because really it's easy to operate a furnace properly if you know how. Yes, of course, that's the catch to it. In these days especially, with the weather so changeable, it's necessary to know how to regulate dampers and bank a fire the right way. Now, here's an answer to your heating problem. Call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to your house to show you all the ins and outs of managing a furnace. No obligation. In fact, you might tell him that you heard me personally extending the invitation. This is his program, you know, your Blue Coal dealer, so it's really the same as getting an invitation directly from him. Tell him you heard the program. Make a note now to call him tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Find out firsthand how much easier and more economical it is to heat your home the Blue Coal way. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, producers of Blue Coal. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. At 2 a.m. in a hotel room hideout, police waited one day last week for Joseph Miller, wanted for 2 murders. At last came the long-awaited knock on the door.
It's Joseph Miller. Remember, boys, he's dangerous. If he pulls a gun, shoot fast and straight. I'm going to open the door. Halt! Halt! He's on the fire escape. Call headquarters.
I gotta hide. Quick. What's behind this window? Big dining room. It's black. They'll never find me here.
Your crimes have caught up with you, Joseph Miller. 100 police are closing in on you right this instant.
No. I ain't gonna let them get me. I can't stand it. I'll kill myself.
So, in the wide, haunting blackness of an empty banquet hall, Joseph Miller, criminal, died by his own hand. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. Now, thanks for calling, but I'll have to skip this one, Angel. Yeah, I'm involved with a little character who has an idea he's a lady killer. And I have to see to it that he doesn't take it too literally. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the neighbor's nightmare. In just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, I'd like to tell you ladies how you can make delicious snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers more quickly and easily than ever. Just make them with those wonderfully handy Kraft cheese spreads. There are 9 grand varieties, you know, some sharp-tasting and others delightfully mild. But all are delicious, and of course of the finest quality, because they are made by Kraft. And for years, Kraft has been famous for foods of the finest quality. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. It's late Sunday night, and at one of New York's most expensive hotels, short, baldish Gordon Daly is asleep in his room when there's a loud knocking on his door. Daly sits up, fumbles for the bedside light, then staggers sleepily to the door while putting on his bathrobe. At the door, he stops and puts his head close to it.
Who is it?
I have the room across the hall. I must talk to you.
Well, it's late.
Yes, I know, but please open the door. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Why?
Open the door, I'll explain.
Just a minute. Now, what is...
Let me in, please.
But it's late, and suppose, somebody this time of night...
Just for a minute till I collect myself.
Well, all right.
Thank you. I know this seems strange, and when I explain, you're going to think I'm silly.
Am I?
I'm afraid so. You see, I had a nightmare.
Oh?
I was afraid to be alone. Isn't that childish?
Well, I guess so.
I get so frightened I just can't stand it. Look, do you have a cigarette?
Oh, yes, just a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Look how my hand's still shaking.
Well, here, I'll light for you. There.
I saw you on the elevator and coming in here a few times. You look, well, understanding. And when I get these awful dreams...
I know how you feel. I've had nightmares.
It's really my own fault. I should have put the money in the bank instead of splurging.
What?
You see, I've never had much all my life. And then all of a sudden to have $25,000, it's like coming into a fortune.
Did somebody leave you money?
No, I made a lucky investment. You see, I'd saved up a few $1,000s over a period of years, and then I heard of this opportunity, a new process for refining oil, so I put in all my savings.
And you took out $25,000?
Yes, in just a few months. I probably should have left it in. I might have been really rich. But $25,000 seemed like rich to me. I bought furs and jewelry, and I'm living here.
Your $25,000 won't last long at that rate.
Well, I may reinvest some of it, but I want to have my fun first.
Yes, I see how you feel.
The only trouble is I never had anything before. I was always so careful. That's how I saved up the few thousand I had. So now with my room full of expensive things, I keep getting these nightmares that somebody's trying to break in and rob me.
Yeah, but now about this investment...
I get so frightened when I have those dreams. I suppose it's because I... Oh, listen to me rattling on about myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bore you.
Oh, you didn't bore me.
You're kind. I knew you would be.
This investment, a new process, you said, for refining oil?
Well, let's not talk about that now. Maybe tomorrow, if you'd care to see me.
Oh, may I take you to lunch?
Oh, I'd be delighted. You know, maybe this was a lucky accident. I don't know many people in New York.
Well, now you know me. I think maybe we'll turn out to be good friends.
I know we shall.
Yeah?
How do you do, sir? Am I in the right place?
Well, look, pal, I'm a detective, not a mind reader.
Oh, then I am in the right place. This is the address I was given, but I expected an office building, not an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
You are Michael Waring, the gentleman they call the Falcon?
Well, you're two-thirds right.
What?
I'm Michael Waring. I'm called the Falcon. But about the gentleman, well, there are various opinions about that.
Oh? Well, may I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Well, Mr.
Daly. Gordon Daly.
Daly. Gordon Daly. What can I do for you?
I want you to investigate someone for me. Mr. Barnes. Harold Barnes.
Mm-hmm. And what's this Barnes, Harold Barnes done?
Well, I invested $15,000 with him a month ago, and something's come up. I need my money. I've asked him for it, but he keeps putting me off.
And you think he's pulling a fast again?
I'm not sure what he's pulling. That's what I want you to find out.
Well, how come you invested with him in the first place?
Well, you see, Muriel, a friend of mine, put her money in Barnes' company, and she made a fabulous profit.
Fabulous is a nice word for it. Just how good a friend is this Muriel?
Oh, very good.
Uh-huh. For how long?
Oh, about a month.
Mm-hmm. She crooks the finger, you rush in and get stung.
Huh? Oh, now, don't get the wrong idea about Muriel. She's a nice girl.
Oh, no doubt.
She wouldn't lie to me.
No, of course not. She claimed dealing with Barnes is profitable for her. Well, I'm sure it is. A nice fat profit for every sucker she lands.
Now, you're wrong.
In that case, do you still want to hire me?
Yes, but you'll find out how wrong you are.
All right.
You're thinking of this as a swindle, but it's not. Barnes meant to pay off, I'm sure of that. He did pay off to Muriel, but now something's happened and he's stalling. Apparently, he's hard-pressed for cash.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Mr. Barnes is so hard-pressed for cash, I think I'll offer him some and see what happens.
Oh, you're interested in investing with us, hmm?
That's right, Mr. Barnes.
And you say Mr. Daly recommended us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, strange. To be perfectly frank, Mr. Daly hasn't been too happy with us lately.
Oh, he's not afraid of getting his money. It's just a matter of time. He happens to need it now. But me, I'm in no hurry, so if you'd care to outline the proposition...
I'd be glad to, Mr. Warren, did you say it is?
That's right.
Oh. Are you sure you didn't mean Waring?
What gives you that idea?
Don't be so modest, Mr. Waring. The Falcon is a famous man.
And the cops and robbers set. Which are you?
Well, I can't pretend to be a cop. As for the other, that's what you're trying to find out, isn't it?
Yeah, and this conversation seems to give me my answer.
But not your proof.
Well, I imagine any fair to middling accountant could take care of that.
Why not get one and see?
That's a good idea. Well, so long, Barnes. Sorry I bothered you.
Oh, that's all right, Waring. Oh, but before you go...
Yeah?
Take this! Oh, come on in, Muriel. I've almost finished packing. Say, where are your bags?
I haven't packed yet. Why'd you want me to drop by here?
Because I wanted to know what happened. I thought you were going to keep Daly in line.
I said I'd keep him happy. He's happy.
Yeah, so happy he hires a detective.
Well, he's the cautious type.
Well, this is the end of the line. With Waring on us, we've got to move.
They were stretching it pretty thin anyway. One of the suckers was bound to get restless. We're just lucky we have time to pull up stakes.
But we'd better hurry. That gunbutt's not going to keep Waring asleep all day.
You shouldn't have slugged him. You'd bluff.
What's to bluff? He could smell the setup.
You didn't have to tip that you knew him. You could have played along. That would have given us more time.
We have enough time if we don't waste it gabbing.
All right. Where's the cash?
In this suitcase.
How much does it come to?
Oh, somewhere around 80 grand. That's 40 apiece. Not bad.
I was counting on more.
Well, if Daly hadn't got itchy...
I'm not interested in ifs. I want cash.
You'll settle for what's here.
Not 40. I have plans. They call for big money.
Now, don't get the idea I'm cutting you in for more than half.
Oh, I'd never make that mistake, Barnes, knowing you. So I'll have to do my own cutting. I'll settle for 80.
What?
I said I'm taking the full 80. You're out, chum. If you don't believe me, maybe this gun will convince you.
Hey, now, kid, wait a minute.
I don't have a minute. So get out of my way. I'm taking the bag.
That's what you think?
No, don't. Oh. You fool! Why did you make me do that? Hello, Gordon.
Oh, Muriel, there you are. I've been waiting since 6.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm so late. Something awful happened.
Yes, I can see you. You look like you've had another nightmare.
This one's real. I've got to talk to you, but I don't want anybody to hear.
Well, there's a table in the corner.
All right.
I see Mademoiselle has arrived. You wish to be seated now, Mr. Daly?
Yes, please. That table over there, if we may.
Oh, certainly.
You said you got here at 6, Gordon?
Yes, that's when our reservation was for.
And you gave your name when you arrived, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
This table, monsieur?
That's right, thank you. And before we order dinner, I think we'd better have a double brandy for the young lady and a glass of sherry for me.
Yes, monsieur, right.
Thanks, Gordon.
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's terrible. You've got to help me.
I'll try.
I knew you would, darling. You're wonderful.
Well, now,
Gordon, Mr. Barnes phoned me. He said he wanted to talk to me at his apartment.
His apartment?
Yes, he said it was very important, so I went. But when I got to the door, I heard arguing inside, and then a shot.
You mean a shot?
Yes. And then the door opened, so I hid on the stairs, and I saw Peter Somerset come out and go to the elevator.
Who's Peter Somerset?
Oh, he's someone who invested with Mr. Barnes, too.
Oh, I see. Well, then, did you go in?
Yes. It was awful. Mr. Barnes, he was dead.
dear, that means my money.
You never know. Maybe Somerset took it.
Excuse me. Brandy for mademoiselle, sherry for monsieur.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Well, Gordon?
Well, we'll have to tell the police about Somerset.
That's just it. I can't. I don't dare. They might think I killed Mr. Barnes.
Why should they?
Well, they jump to conclusions. I was there at the time of the murder. That's what's so awful. I was thinking, Gordon, I know it's a lot to ask, but I was thinking...
Yes?
Well, the shooting took place at 6:15. You were here in this restaurant. You got here at 6. The waiter saw you. You have a perfect alibi.
Well, yes, but what's that?
Well, suppose you say that you were at Mr. Barnes tonight at around 5:30. And as you were leaving, you saw Mr. Somerset go in.
Oh, I couldn't do...
Well, Mr. Somerset was there. I saw him. And you're in the clear as far as the murder goes because you were here when it happened.
I know, but a thing like that...
For me...
I don't know what to say. Look, Mr. Waring, he's a detective. If I tell him what you saw,
no,
maybe
no. You mustn't tell anyone that I was there, especially a detective. No, if you won't help me,
Oh, you know I'll help you. But if there's only some other way...
There isn't any other way. The only way you can help me is to say you were there yourself.
All right, Muriel. I was there at 5:30.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it looks like Muriel is a girl with ideas. And here's an idea for all you folks who really like good salads. An idea for a wonderfully different salad dressing you can make easily. Just empty a glass full of Roca cheese spread, one of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft, into a little bowl. Then use that empty Roca glass to measure out an equal amount of Miracle Whip salad dressing. Blend the two together, and the result is a delightfully different salad dressing. Creamy, smooth Roca cheese spread has a zesty blue cheese flavor that's unusually delicious, really tantalizing. And for wonderful snacks and sandwiches, try Old English brand and Smoke Hill and Kraft cheese and bacon spread, too. But, of course, you'll want to try all 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious that they've become America's favorites. So, enjoy the best. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. They're America's favorites. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Gordon Daly agreed to save Muriel's neck by placing himself at Barnes' apartment at 5:30. Now he's phoning the Falcon. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Gordon Daly.
Oh, yes, Daly. I'm glad you called. I've been trying to reach you. Well, I saw Barnes for you. Looks bad for your money. He plays dirty pool. I've got the head to prove it.
What?
He slugged me and skipped. I called in his description to the police. They're looking for him.
What, they found him. I just heard on the radio he's been murdered.
What?
Yes, that's why I'm calling. I think I know who did it.
Yeah, who?
Mr. Somerset, Peter Somerset.
How do you know that?
I saw him. You see, I went up to Mr. Barnes' apartment this afternoon.
You went up there? Why?
Well, he phoned and asked me to.
What did he say when you got there?
Nothing much.
He asked you to go over so he could tell you nothing much, huh?
Look, why are you asking me all these questions? Aren't you working for me?
Well, I thought so, but you seem to be taking matters in your own hands.
Well, but Barnes asked me.
Uh-huh.
That's the truth. And as long as you're so skeptical, before you get the idea I had anything to do with the murder, I want you to know I was in a public restaurant in front of witnesses at 6:15 when the murder was committed.
I see. Now, how come you know when the murder was committed?
What? Oh, that was on the radio, too.
Well, if you weren't at Barnes' at 6:15, how come you're so sure Somerset is the murderer?
Well, I'm not sure, only he was there.
At the time of the murder?
I don't know. He just went in as I was coming out.
When was that?
5:30.
45 minutes before the murder.
Well, it's just a lead, but I thought you ought to know. The important thing now is my money. If Mr. Somerset is the murderer, maybe he...
Yeah, maybe he. Where can I find him?
He's in the phone book.
All right, I'll check on him. So long, Daly. Taxi.
Wait a minute, Waring.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Corbett.
I'll save you fare. You want to go someplace? I've got a squad car.
Well, you're too good to me, Corbett.
Don't mention it. I I want to talk to you anyway.
All right, fine. What do we discuss? Existentialism or dialectics?
Let's discuss Harold Barnes.
Isn't he a pretty dead subject?
Very dead. How did you know?
It's on the radio.
Huh? How did it get on the radio?
What's the matter? Haven't you given out a story on it?
No.
There's a leak someplace. Whole thing's on the air. Time of death and all.
Time of death?
Yep. 6:15.
Waring, you'd better have that radio of yours checked. Could stand a new tube or something.
Why?
I've got news for you. Barnes wasn't killed at 6:15.
No?
No, he was killed at 5:30.
What's that?
That's right, Waring. 5:30. Waring, you gonna talk?
I've been talking. Ever since we got to headquarters.
But you haven't said anything. What do you know about the murder?
Nothing.
You admit you had a fight with Barnes?
Some fight. He slugged me when I wasn't looking.
This is not going to make you love him.
All right, so I killed him.
You want to sign a confession?
You don't have enough rubber hose for that, Corbett.
I don't say you pulled the trigger, Waring, but you know something. You're covering for somebody.
Now, that's a brilliant piece of deduction.
Who is it?
No comment.
What's with the phony radio yarn you handed me?
That's what I want to know. If you'd stop wasting my time, maybe I could find out.
And if you'd cooperate...
You'd die of shock. I couldn't do it to you, Corbett. I simply couldn't.
I ought to book you, Waring.
On suspicion?
On general principles. But we've just cleaned the jail, so get out of here.
You say the sweetest things.
If this case isn't cracked in 24 hours, I may change my mind. Now beat it.
Oh, Mr. Waring, come in.
Yeah, Daly. Daly, where'd you get the idea Barnes was killed at 6:15?
Oh, I told you, the radio.
Wasn't on the radio.
But I heard it.
No, it's no use, Daly. That's too easily checked.
Well, I have nothing else to say.
You know, chum, when somebody has the facts of a murder before the story is out, it usually means he had something to do with it.
I have an alibi.
Uh-huh. So this isn't the usual situation, especially since those facts of yours happen to be incorrect.
What do you mean?
I mean that the murder didn't take place at 6:15.
It didn't?
No, it didn't. It happened at 5:30.
What?
Yes, just the time you admitted being at Barnes.
Oh, no, there's some mistake.
And you made it.
I didn't kill him.
Well, I don't think you did. You wouldn't have stuck your neck out so far if you had.
I'm glad you realized that.
Yeah, so that leaves just one explanation.
Does it?
You mentioned a friend when I first talked to you, Muriel.
Yes?
Nice girl, you said. She wouldn't lie to you. Not much. She'd just trim you out of your savings and then frame you for murder. Well?
I don't know.
It was Muriel, wasn't it? Now, come on, Daly, wasn't it?
Stay right where you are, Waring. Don't you move.
Oh, dear. How chivalrous can you get? A gun because I accuse your girl?
I trusted her, Waring. I believed her. I loved her.
As long as you're putting that all in the past tense, why the gun?
You don't think I'm going to let her get away with this, do you?
You don't need the gun to get even. All we need is your testimony. If we can pin the killing on her...
If. Well, I'm not going to wait. And I'm not interested in just giving testimony. For once in my life, I'm going to do something.
Now, wait a minute,
No,
Daly.
you stay right there. This is between me and her. We're going to have it out, and don't you try to follow me. If you do, I'll kill you. I'm not joking, Waring. I'll kill you.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I'd hate to be in Mike's shoes right now, but then I have a much more pleasant job than Mike's. Yes, I really enjoy telling you about the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads, because I know how good tasting all 9 of these fine cheese spreads are. Each one is extra good, and there's a variety to please every taste. There are mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, and there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Roca, Smoke Ale, and Kraft cheese and bacon spread. They're all good to eat, and actually good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks your folks can help themselves to, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Gordon Daly took matters and a gun in his own hands. Now he confronts Muriel in her apartment.
You cheat, you lying little cheat.
Gordon, listen to me.
I did listen to you. I let you make a fool of me.
You don't understand.
I do understand at last. You were just using me, that's all. Just using me.
No, Gordon, if you'd only...
Just using me. I thought, I hoped... No, don't you move.
Please, Gordon.
Now you're going to pay.
Don't kill me. Somebody will hear the shot. You won't get away. You'll be caught.
Yes, I'll be caught. Well, I don't care. I'll give myself up.
Wait, there's money. A lot of
I'm not interested in money anymore.
Please, Gordon, put down the gun. Please.
Yes. Yes, Muriel, I will put down the gun. There.
Thank you.
I won't need it for what I'm going to do.
What do you... No, stay away. Oh.
I don't need a gun.
Don't.
All right, Daly, that's enough. Waring, where did you come from?
The window. Now let her go.
Thanks, stranger, for giving me a chance to get the gun. Now put up your hands.
What? That's gratitude for you. I saved your life.
So thanks. All right, Gordon, get up.
Yes. Waring, how did you get here? I made sure you didn't follow.
Now, you're not too good at the rough stuff, Daly. You shouldn't try it. You left me in your room. Muriel's address is on your phone pad.
Oh, of course.
When I got here, I knew you wouldn't let me in. That's why I tried the window instead of the door.
Well, if you're all through congratulating yourself, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about.
Yeah, sure. It's all about your pretty neck, as if you didn't know. Daly wanted to ring it. I wanted to save it. So that you can face the murder rap you're trying to pin on him.
Murder rap?
Now, don't tell me it's news to you. Your frame isn't going to work, Angel. Daly was supposed to put his neck in the noose by admitting he was at Barnes's at 5:30.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we won't argue that. Anyway, so far he's only said it to me. He didn't tell the police, and if I deny he told me, where's your proof against him?
Maybe there isn't any. But aren't you overlooking one thing?
What's that?
Where's your evidence against me? Since you seem to be accusing me.
You tried to frame Daly.
Can you prove that?
I can try.
You'll get your chance. We'll see whose story holds up. And don't move, either.
What are you doing?
Calling the police. Any objections? Admitted being at the murder scene at 5:30, Sergeant. That's why he tried to kill me.
No, that's not it.
Daly, you and Waring both admit you tried to kill the girl.
Well, I lost my head.
Sure, just like you lost it when you killed Barnes.
But, Corbett, can't you...
Yeah, Waring, I see you're trying to build up Daly as a nice, innocent little sucker. So what's a nice, innocent little sucker doing with a gun?
I told you, Sergeant. Muriel, she gave it to me. She told me Peter Somerset might try to harm me because I accused him, and I needed to protect myself.
Sergeant, you don't believe...
You bet I don't believe. Waring gives me a lot of double talk. Now he admits he was covering for Daly. He admits Daly pulled a gun on him, and the gun turns out to be the murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
That's what ballistics says. So, with the gun, with the second murder attempt, with Waring's double talk, no. There's only one answer this time.
Can't you see it's a frame?
Did you ever see a murderer who wasn't being framed, Waring?
But the girl told him what to do.
She didn't tell him to pull a gun on you. She didn't tell him to try to strangle her. She didn't tell you to hold back on me. Her story makes sense. Yours and Daly's still doesn't.
All right, Corbett, you win.
But do you know how much I win, Waring?
What?
I could hold you, too, for obstructing justice, and don't think I wouldn't love it.
Oh, come now, Corbett. I know that behind that stony facade there beats a heart of granite.
Keep up the bright dialogue, chum. But you've just got one out. Otherwise, I throw the book at you.
And what's my out?
You sign a statement saying Daly admitted to you he was at Barnes at 5:30.
All right, Corbett.
No, Waring, don't.
The truth, Daly.
But it'll clinch the case. I don't mind about myself, but this means Muriel will go free. She'll get away with everything.
What can I do? Go ahead, Corbett. Have the statement typed out. I'll sign it.
Oh, it's you.
Well, that's a friendly greeting, Muriel. Still haven't forgiven me for saving your life.
I still haven't forgiven you for trying to pin a murder on me.
Oh, well, we all make mistakes. I signed the statement tying it to Daly, didn't I?
When you couldn't help yourself. What do you want?
In?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Doing what?
What's it to you?
I thought I might help.
No, thanks. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Not so fast. I happen to be interested in you, Muriel.
Thanks again, but it's still goodbye.
In fact, I'm so interested, I've been following you ever since they threw Daly in the can.
What's that?
You see, I knew this was more than a murder. Barnes was working a neat swindle. Must have collected quite a bundle. But the police had searched his place and Daly's. No dough.
So what am I supposed to do?
Well, I haven't given up on you, Angel. That's why I've been hanging around. A little while ago, you received a parcel post package. What was in it?
You tell me.
Okay, I'll make a stab at it. You mailed the swindle money to yourself. Let Uncle Sam hold it for you while the heat was on.
Nice guessing. Where does it get you?
I'd like to see the package.
You'd like to take a walk.
All right. I'll be back with Sergeant Corbett.
No, you don't.
No guns, Angel.
Let go.
Not yet. Let me have that. You're trying to pull this just about clinches things, Muriel.
You can't prove anything.
I proved enough to get Sergeant Corbett up here with a search warrant. That ought to wrap things up. Let's go phone him, shall we?
For a while, Waring, I thought you'd let me down.
Oh, for a while I had to, Daly.
Well, you worked with Sergeant Corbett before. Wasn't there any way you could convince him?
Sure, by getting proof. That's what I did.
And in the meantime, I had to sit in jail.
Or wasn't it worth it to save you 15 grand? Not to mention your neck?
It was worth it to get even with Muriel.
You sure are one for revenge.
I think of how much I love that woman. I still do, I guess. That's why I hate her so much.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Well, at least I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'm through with women. They're nothing but trouble. That's all they are, Waring. Trouble.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got to be going.
Oh, yes? Where?
Oh, just out looking for trouble. Good night, Daly.
For the best in taste in the margarine you buy, get Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its wonderful new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. In any package, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Get a pound tomorrow. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some people don't need a moving van to move in. A little Colt 45 can carry a lot more weight. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, and Judy Holliday visit the big show today on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Welcome to this radio series specially prepared for you by the Old Time Radio researchers. Founded in the early 2000s, we are a group of avid fans of broadcasts from the golden age of radio who enjoy listening to, researching, and sharing these classic recordings. Our core mission is to assist in the preservation and documentation of drama, comedy, and variety programs from the classic period of radio for future generations to enjoy. Hundreds of thousands of complete and partial recordings representing thousands of series have survived on various media, including transcription discs, reel-to-reel tape, and cassettes since their original creation. However, even more recordings have been lost or destroyed during that same time, and those that survive on disc and tape are in danger of deteriorating with age. In cooperation with other groups and individuals, we are in a race against time to discover and save as many of these historic treasures as possible. An early goal of the old-time radio researchers was, and continues to be, correcting erroneous program titles and dates while upgrading sound quality whenever possible. The results of our work used to be issued as certified sets, dozens of which were produced and remain available on sites such as archive.org. These sets are now referred to as maintained sets to better indicate that our efforts to find improved sound quality and more historical background are ongoing tasks. The old-time radio researchers communicate primarily on Facebook. Our website, otrr.org, features links to many of our projects, including the Otter Database, an online library of historical radio publications, and our own magazine, The Old Radio Times. Our sister website, otrrlibrary.org, houses the largest collection of freely downloadable old-time radio programs on the Internet. A third website, otrrpedia.net, features one of the most comprehensive searchable databases for old-time radio information. Though we accept donations to acquire new materials and keep our websites online, the old-time radio researchers provide everything to the public free of charge. If you would like to find out more about our group, visit us on Facebook or at www.otrr.org. For the old-time radio researchers, I'm your announcer, Randy Wenner. Thank you for listening, and enjoy the show.
Assignment 17 actually began in January of 1947 in a hotel suite in Copenhagen. 2 days before, on January the 26th, a Dutch plane had crashed, killing my dear friend, Prince Savus Adolphus of Sweden. And at the same time, in the career of the beautiful American soprano Grace Moore. I knew the story. I had the facts, but I had the proof. I had only a begging hate for the man responsible. His smugness, his fake brilliance. I hated myself into his hotel room on that day 3 years ago and drinking his champagne.
My dear Baroness, a woman of your background would have accepted my invitation. Your champagne. Thank you. You did your best to save him, didn't you?
I underestimated you. I never dreamed you could see him in a plane in Denmark.
It was necessary that Gustavus Adolphus died. I could have gotten to anywhere.
I promise you that someday, I don't know how or where or when, but someday, as God is my judge, I will pay you back.
That's no recrimination. The episode is ended. Drink your champagne.
If you'll excuse me, I think I leave. I shall come.
But you didn't you?
I want to see some lips.
Oh, come, Baroness. We are Europeans. We may be on opposite sides, but that doesn't prevent our having a drink together.
You sent it in that plane crash. Are you really as calm as you look? Doesn't bother you at all?
Very much. Very much. I feel particularly about Grace Moore. She was a very talented and attractive woman.
His name was Kurt Werder, and he was a monster of evil. 1 year later, I saw him in the Prague. It was March of 1948. And on the 10th of the month, Jan Masaryk had committed suicide. At least, the chest read, slain horses. I believe otherwise, because Kurt Werder was there. This I tried to kill him. I went to the evening halls where he was hiding and tried to kill him.
Drop that gun, Baronet. Drop it or I break on. Thank you.
I swear that someday you takes me the rest of my life.
You are a fool. Masaryk is afraid to live. He jumped out of that window himself. Yes.
Swear that someday I'll kill you. I swear it.
That will be difficult. Next assignment is in America. I'm marrying an American girl in the United States legation in Sofia. We are sailing for New York next Thursday.
And then, Kurt Werder disappeared. I neither heard of him or saw him for 2 years. I came to America myself, and gradually, the truth which he stood for faded from my memory. And then, last week, that memory returned with rush. But Gordon Huntley, one of the most prominent surgeons in his telephone apartment.
Hello?
is Gordon Huntley speaking. Right?
Dr. Huntley, of course I remember you. How are you?
Thank you. Something I'd like to talk to you about.
Oh, really?
Yes, I felt that because of work, you might be able to help me. Have you ever heard of a man named Kurt Werther?
Kurt Werther?
Yes. You know him?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Could you see me tonight?
Certainly. Where?
Well, I have to sit out tonight. See, station at 7, 8. Could you come at 7:15?
7:15 will be fine, Dr. Huntley.
Office is 918 72nd Street.
918 72nd. I'll be there at 7:15.
It's back at 7 o'clock and the Shasta child isn't coming. Why don't you go down to the corner and get the sandwich?
You've a 7:15 appointment, Dr. Huntley.
I won't make you it personal.
Well, if you're...
You're the hungriest woman in New York. Honey.
All right, I will. Oh! Dr. Huntley.
Yeah?
Did you have a patient last night after I left?
What makes you think so?
Because I distinctly remember empty sanitary last night before I left, and this morning there was some soiled bags.
I'll tell you it later.
Of course, I didn't mean to imply that they...
That's all right. Go out and have some supper and be back.
Yes. Excuse me, I didn't realize there was anyone waiting. Will you tell Dr. Huntley his work is here? Will you and Mr. Squirter? Yes, you mean. Tell him. Yes, Clear, I'm afraid you'll have to make an appointment. Dr. Huntley's very busy and please. Tell him. I'm out myself. He's working. Dr. Huntley never sees anybody without an appointment. Gordon, Doctor, he just pushed away and I told him.
All right, Nurse Black. Don't have your...
I told him, Susie, that you never saw anybody.
Please don't have your supper.
Yes, Dr. Huntley.
Shut the door.
Are you still keeping it a secret? Oh, all right.
I told you not to come. I told you I didn't want to have anything more to do with you. I did what you asked. I gave you 48 hours. Well, now I'm going to the police.
Gordon, when you've lived in Europe, it's not fair. Get a different slant on me.
Look, Frida, this country suits me fine, just fine. I refuse to help a man who gets shot trying to wreck it. I hate communism, and I don't want to have anything to do with it.
You're afraid.
All right, I'm afraid. But I have a reputation to protect. If I ever knew about you, I'd be finished.
You owe it to me, Gordon.
I don't owe you.
Kurt's wound is infected. I want you.
No.
It's only 2 blocks.
You turned out of nowhere after all these years, and But I won't help you anymore.
I had to come to you, but there was no... You didn't know any other certainly. I know you hate me. I know you didn't.
I don't hate you.
But you certainly can't love me very much.
Look, Frida, I deserve to die. Do you understand that?
That's a fairly consistent attitude with you.
Frida, forget the past. I did what I talked to it because I was so stuffed at seeing you. And because you do happen to be...
I'm Kurt's wife, and I love it.
That's too bad. You marry somebody from sewer, you've got to live with a stench.
Listen, Gordon. I'm just about at the end of my rope. Kurt is not going to die. You may not think he's much, but I love him. I love him enough to go to jail for him, steal for him, or even... We've got before he can travel. That's all. I'll get your bag and come.
If you don't stop, I'll call the police. I won't. Frida, you crazy? Put that gun away.
Got to have a week.
Not from me.
I mean, Gordon, you stop that. I'll get your bag and come on. This is a debt of yours, Gordon. Now come quietly. If you don't, this will make a terrible mess of you. Baroness, I just don't understand it. I just don't understand where he could go. He always has office hours Tuesday night. Did he call the hospital? And his phone service and his hotel. And they haven't heard from him. Nobody has heard from him. Have you ever seen this brother before? No. You are so positive. If there was only some way we could get her address. Do you know her? I know her husband. What's the connection with Dr. Huntley? I don't know. I only know that her husband is one of the most dangerous men in the world. There's something else. What? Yesterday morning, I'll get in before Dr. Huntley. I found some soiled dressings in the sanitary. I don't understand. At the end of the day, I clean up. There were blood-stained bandages in the garbage yesterday morning. Dr. Huntley must have had a surgical case last night after I left. Did you ask him? Matter of fact, I did. He was sort of evasive. He said he'd tell me about it later. Well, do you think we ought to call the police? I don't know. I don't know what to do. 10:30, I'm getting worried. There may be some perfectly logical explanation, Miss Black. Let's wait until midnight. If he isn't home then... Dr. Huntley's office.
Nurse Black, this is Hanlon's father.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hammond.
Is Dr. Huntley there?
I'm sorry, he's out. May I take a message?
Well, we just got the oddest prescription from Dr. Huntley that I ever saw in my life.
Prescription? When?
Oh, just now. It's for penicillin, and it just doesn't make sense.
Will you hold the line a moment? Better still, can I call you back?
Oh, I'm waiting for it.
Mr. Hanlon, just stall for a minute, will you? Just stall for a minute, and I'll call you right back. That's the druggist at the corner. Hanlon's pharmacy. He's there for ages. He just got a prescription from Dr. Huntley. You think, Nurse Black? I think you're a very smart woman. Do you want me to come with you? No. You stay here in case Dr. Huntley calls. There's a man waiting for the prescription. Tell you what, I'll phone Hanlon and say you're on your way down. You can walk it in less than a minute. I'll tell him you'll go to the side door. It opens right into the dispensary at the back of the store. Is the man out there, Mr. Hunt?
The red-haired fellow in the dark coat.
And then just come in.
And just before I telephoned Nurse Black.
What did you tell him?
I said it would take about 20 minutes to make up the prescription. He said he'd wait.
Have you ever seen him before?
I don't remember him.
What's so odd about this prescription?
There's no address on it, that's odd. Then the quantity. Tablets, penicillin, oral. 100 units, numeral 5. 1 tablet 4 times daily.
It doesn't make sense.
That's 5 100-unit tablets. And there's no such thing as 100-unit tablets.
Are you sure that's Dr. Huntley's writing?
Oh, yes, I've been filling prescriptions for years.
What's your usual penicillin prescription?
Well, it varies.
Supposing you give him 20 tablets of 100,000 units each.
I don't know.
Mr. Hanlon, believe me, we are dealing with something big here. Please do as I ask. Make up a prescription and give it to that man.
What are you going to do?
I am going to follow him. Dr. Huntley is in trouble. I followed the red-haired man to a house on 74th Street. Down at the very end, it was a remodeled bronze stone, solid and silent. The street was dark. A few feet away, the black waters of the East River glistened easily. There were stone steps to the door, which was well above street level. The man went up the steps, and there was a momentary flash of light as the door opened. I stood on the opposite side of the street, pressed against the wall, waiting. A boat slid by on the black oil of the East River. Otherwise, the night was dark and almost deathfully still. I crossed the street and silently crept up the stairs of the brownstone house. My looming well out over the stone railing, I could just see beneath the brown blind in the front window. I could see one hand holding tightly to a revolver. I could see Dr. Huntley bending over a man lying on a couch. When Dr. Huntley stood up, I was looking straight into the eyes of Kurt Werder. This was all I needed. He was wanted on no less than 16 separate charges, and I knew where he was. A telephone call and Kurt Werder would be arrested. In my heart there was a tremendous feeling of excitement and triumph. At last, after all these years, I had him trapped. At last he would pay for his crimes. The murders and the sabotage. In the darkness, I turned and started soundlessly down the street to the street. And then, as always happened with this man, almost as though some cruel fate was protecting him, I stepped on something that was soft. There was a furious rush of fear against my legs. Assignment 17 actually began in January of 1947 in a hotel suite in Copenhagen. 2 days before, on January the 26th, a Dutch plane had crashed, killing my dear friend, Prince Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. And at the same time, ending the career of the beautiful American soprano Grace Moore. I knew the story. I had the facts, but I had no proof. I had only a burning hate for the man responsible. I hated his smugness, his safety, his brilliance. I hated myself for coming to his hotel room on that day 3 years ago and drinking his imported champagne.
My dear Baroness, only a woman of your background would have accepted my invitation. Your champagne.
Thank you.
You did your best to save him, didn't you?
I underestimated you. I never dreamt you could get to him on a Dutch plane in Denmark.
It was necessary that Gustavus Adolphus die. I could have gotten to him anywhere.
I promise you that someday, I don't know how or where or when, but someday, as God is my judge, I will pay you back.
Please, Baroness, no recriminate. The episode is ended. Drink your champagne.
If you'll excuse me, I think I shouldn't have come.
But you did come, didn't you?
I wanted to kiss your own lips.
Oh, come, Baroness, we are Europeans. We may be on opposite sides, but that doesn't prevent our having a drink together.
You killed 20 people in that plane crash. Are you really as calm as you look? Doesn't it bother you at all?
It bothers me very much. Very much indeed. I feel particularly sorry about Grace Moore. She was a very talented and attractive woman.
His name was Kurt Werder, and he was a monster of evil. 1 year later, I saw him again, this time in Prague. It was March of 1948. And on the 10th of the month, Jan Masaryk has committed suicide. At least, the chest read claimed it was suicide. I believed otherwise, because Kurt Werder was there. This time I tried to kill him. I went to the rooming house where he was hiding and tried to shoot him.
Drop that gun, Baroness. Drop it or I break your arm. Thank you.
I swear that someday I'll get you. If it takes me the rest of my life,
Baroness, you are a fool. Masaryk was afraid to live. He jumped out of that window himself. Now get out.
I swear that someday I'll kill you. I swear.
That will be difficult. My next assignment is in America. I'm marrying an American girl from the United States legation in Sofia. We are sailing for New York next Thursday.
And then, Kurt Werder disappeared. I neither heard of him nor saw him for 2 years. I came to America myself, and gradually, the evil faded from my memory. And then, last week, that memory returned with a rush. Dr. Gordon Huntley, one of the most prominent surgeons in New York, telephoned me at my apartment. Hello?
This is Gordon Huntley speaking. You remember me?
Dr. Huntley, of course I remember you. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. I've something I'd like to talk to you about.
Oh, really?
Yes, I felt that because of your work, you might be able to help me. Have you ever heard of a man named Kurt Werder?
Kurt Werder?
Yes. You know him?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Could you see me tonight?
Certainly. Where?
Well, I have office hours tonight. Let me see. Patient at 7, another one at 8. Could you come at 7:15?
7:15 will be fine, Dr. Huntley.
Good. My office is 918 East 72nd Street.
918 East 72nd. I'll be there at 7:15.
It's back at 7 o'clock and the Schafferschild isn't coming. Why don't you go down to the corner and get yourself a sandwich?
You've a 7:15 appointment, Dr. Huntley.
I won't need you. It's personal.
Well, if you're sure.
You're the hungriest woman in New York. Now run along.
All right, I will. Oh, Dr. Huntley.
Yeah?
Did you have a patient last night after I left?
What makes you think so?
Because I distinctly remember emptying the sanitary last night before I left, and this morning there was some soiled bandages.
Supposing I tell you about it later.
Well, of course, I didn't mean to imply that there was any...
Well, that's all right, nurse. Go out and have some supper and be back at 8.
Yes. Oh, excuse me. I didn't realize there was anyone waiting. Will you tell Dr. Huntley that Mrs. Werther is here? Have you an appointment, Mrs. Werther? He'll see me. Tell him Unless you're seriously ill, I'm afraid you'll have to make an appointment. Dr. Huntley's very busy, and he'll see me. Just tell him. I'm afraid. Oh, I'll tell him myself. Gordon, you can't go in there. Dr. Huntley never sees anybody without an appointment. Gordon, Dr. Huntley, she just pushed her way in. I told her.
All right, Nosebag. Go and have your supper.
I told her you were busy, that you never saw anybody.
Will you please go and have your supper?
Yes, Dr. Huntley.
Shut the door.
Are you still keeping it a secret?
Oh, all right. I told you not to come here. I told you I didn't want to have anything more to do with you. I did what you asked. I've given you 48 hours. Well, now I'm going to the police.
Gordon, when you've lived in Europe as long as I have, you get a different slant on these things.
Look, Frida, this country suits me fine, just fine. I refuse to help a man who gets shot trying to wreck it. I hate communism, and I don't want to have anything to do with it.
You're afraid?
All right, I'm afraid. I happen to have a reputation to protect. If the hospital ever knew about you, I'd be finished.
I think you owe it to me, Gordon.
I don't owe you anything.
Kurt's wound is infected. I want you to come.
No.
It's only 2 blocks.
You turned up out of nowhere after all these years, and I helped you. But I won't help you anymore.
I'm sorry we had to come to you, but there was no other way. We didn't know any other surgeon in New York. I know you hate me. I know you disagree.
I don't hate you.
Well, you certainly can't love me very much.
Look, Frida, I don't care if Kurt dies. Now, do you understand that?
That's been a fairly consistent attitude with you, hasn't it?
Frida, forget the past. I did what any doctor would do because I was so stunned at seeing you. And because you do happen to be...
I'm Kurt's wife, and I love him.
Well, that's too bad. You marry somebody from a sewer, you've got to live with a stench.
Listen, Gordon. I'm just about at the end of my rope. Kurt is not going to die. You may not think he's much, but I love him. I love him enough to go to jail for him, steal for him, or even kill for him. We've got to have a week before he can travel. That's all, just a week. Now get your bag and come.
If you don't get out of here, I'll call the police. I won't. Frida, you crazy? Put that gun away.
We've got to have a week.
Not from me.
I mean this, Gordon. We've got to have a week. Now get your bag and come on. This is a debt of yours, Gordon. Now come quietly. If you don't, this gun will make a terrible mess of your face. Baroness, I just don't understand it. I just don't understand where he could go. He always has office hours Tuesday night. Did you call the hospital? And his phone service and his hotel. And they haven't heard from him? Nobody has heard from him. Have you ever seen this Mrs. Werther before? No. You are sure? Positive. If there was only some way we could get her address. Do you know her? I know her husband. But what's the connection with Dr. Huntley? I don't know. I only know that her husband is one of the most dangerous men in the world. Baroness, there's something else. What? Yesterday morning, I always get in before Dr. Huntley. I found some soiled dressings in a fanny pail. I don't understand. At the end of the day, I clean up. If there were blood-stained bandages in the garbage yesterday morning, Dr. Huntley must have had a surgical case last night after I left. Did you ask him? As a matter of fact, I did. He was sort of evasive. He said he'd tell me about it later. Baroness, do you think we ought to call the police? I don't know. I don't know what to do. 10:30, I'm getting worried. There may be some perfectly logical explanation, Nurse Black. Let's wait until midnight. If he isn't home then... Dr. Huntley's office.
Nurse Black, this is Hanlon's pharmacy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hanlon.
Is Dr. Huntley there?
No, I'm sorry, he's out. May I take a message?
Well, we just got the oddest prescription from Dr. Huntley that I ever saw in my life.
Prescription? When?
Oh, just now. It's for penicillin, and it just doesn't make sense.
Will you hold the line a moment? Better still, can I call you back?
Oh, there's a man waiting for it.
Mr. Hanlon, just stall for a minute, will you? Just stall for a minute, and I'll call you right back. That's the druggist at the corner, Hanlon's pharmacy. We've dealt there for ages. He just got a prescription from Dr. Huntley. You think? Nurse Black. I think you're a very smart woman. Do you want me to come with you? No. You stay here in case Dr. Huntley calls. There's a man waiting for the prescription. I tell you what, I'll phone Hanlon and say you're on your way down. You can walk it in less than a minute. I'll tell him you'll go to the side door. It opens right into the dispensary at the back of the store. Is that the man out there, Mr. Hanlon?
The red-haired fellow in the dark coat.
When did he come in?
And just before I telephoned Nurse Black.
What did you tell him?
I said it would take about 20 minutes to make up a prescription. He said he'd wait.
Have you ever seen him before?
I don't remember him.
What's so odd about this prescription?
There's no address on it. That's odd. And then the quantity. Tablets, penicillin, oral. 100 units in numero 5. 1 tablet 4 times daily.
It doesn't make sense.
That's 5 100-unit tablets. And there's no such thing as a 100-unit tablet.
Are you sure that's Dr. Huntley's writing?
Oh, yes. I've been filling his prescriptions for years.
What's your usual penicillin prescription?
Well, it varies.
Supposing you give him 20 tablets of 100,000 units each.
I don't know.
Mr. Hanlon, believe me, you are dealing with something big here. Please do as I ask. Make up a prescription and give it to that man.
And what are you going to do?
I am going to follow him. Dr. Huntley is in trouble. I followed the red-haired man to a house on 74th Street. Down at the very end, it was a remodeled brownstone, solid and silent. The street was dark. And a few feet away, the black waters of the East River glistened easily. There were stone steps leading up to the door, which was well above street level. The man went up the steps, and there was a momentary flash of light as the door opened. I stood on the opposite side of the street, pressed against the wall, waiting. A boat slid by on the black oil of the East River. Otherwise, the night was dark and almost deathfully still. I crossed the street and silently crept up the stairs of the brownstone house. By leaning well out over the stone railing, I could just see beneath the brown blind on the front window. I could see a woman's hand holding tightly to a revolver. I could see Dr. Huntley bending over a man lying on a couch. When Dr. Huntley stood up, I was looking straight into the eyes of Kurt Werder. This was all I needed. He was wanted on no less than 16 separate charges, and I knew where he was. A telephone call and Kurt Werder would be arrested. In my heart there was a tremendous feeling of excitement and triumph. At last, after all these years, I had him trapped. At last he would pay for his crimes. The murders and the sabotage. In the darkness, I turned and started soundlessly down the stone steps to the street. And then, as always happened with this man, almost as though some cruel fate was protecting him, I stepped on something that was soft. There was a furious rush of fear against my legs.
Exciting seeker journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.